Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's our pleasure to be here with you today. Welcome to the 2023 edition of the Security Research Event, an event which did not take place for 4 years due to the COVID crisis and the Russian invasion to Ukraine. Welcome to you all.
Welcome also from my side. I would also like to welcome our online participants. And first of all, I would like to give you here Maite Boyero, who is the Spanish delegate and national contact point for security research, now as well known as Cluster 3 since 2008, and represents today the Spanish presidency of the Council.
Thank you, Stefanos. I would like to introduce the other Master of Ceremony, my friend, Dr. Stefanos Vrokidis. He is a senior researcher at the Center for Research and Technology Hellas, Information Technologies Institute, and the head of Multimodal Data Fusion and Analytics Group. He's here with us to represent CERIS.
Thank you, Maite. So as said, back again to Security Research Event. Just to remind what it is, I think pretty much everybody knows, but the Security Research Event has a threefold approach to cover all the stakeholders involved in the security research community. Its main three features, which I think everybody's here for that, is to discuss the challenges of today and the plans for the future. This will be addressed in the several panels to follow, to showcase the achievements, we have the exhibitions, and bring the results closer to the market. You will see also the Security Innovation Award, which I think is very interesting for everybody. And finally, even one of the most important assets, I think, of this conference is, of course, the matchmaking and networking to cross-fertilize our ideas. So enjoy.
I would like to remind you that this event, which has been commanded entirely by the Commission, has had a big cooperation from the Spanish and Swedish delegations of Cluster 3, given that these two countries have had the presidency of the Council of the EU in 2023. Now, let me remind you some housekeeping rules. Please turn off your mobile devices, cell phones, computers. Follow the conference, making sure that you are here some minutes before the starting of the conference, of the different parts of the conference. If you need to report any security concern, please look for somebody holding this type of badge, green badge, and report any security incident you may encounter if necessary.
And of course, to inform you again that we have this B2 Match app, which you can use to consult the agenda, to book networking meetings during the event. There are links to download the app, so I think you can use it very easily. The participants will be receiving notifications and reminders regarding the thematic panel, so I think this could be good to use the app. And of course, the interesting stuff is that there will be a walking lunch and walking dinner that will take place in the exhibition hall in the level -2.
It will be possible as well to interact with the panels through Slido. Except for the high-level panel, you will be able to scan the QR code you have in your badge to access Slido, and there you can put questions or write questions that will be addressed to the different panelists during the different thematic panels.
Now, I would like to welcome Commissioner for Home Affairs, Ms. Ylva Johansson, who unfortunately couldn't attend the event for medical reasons. Commissioner Johansson, however, prepared a video for us, so I would kindly ask her to see the video.
Welcome to this important conference, taking place for the first time in 4 years. Cancelled first because of COVID and then because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It's been worth the wait. The last 4 years, you have been finding new ways of keeping people safe, helping police to stay one step ahead, in a high-tech arms race with criminals who use the most modern technology to commit crimes. Artificial intelligence to commit fraud. Deep fakes that sound exactly like your child asking for money. You research how police can use AI ethically, transparently, and accountably. You help protect our societies from disinformation and manipulation, by researching AI that counters these threats. You help us to keep up with organized crime, which is increasingly violent and increasingly sophisticated. Just last week, I proposed an EU ports alliance to fight drugs trafficking through our harbors, which are the main points of entry for the drugs that flood our continent. Customs as a first line of defense, law enforcement to investigate criminal groups, and private companies ensuring security in the ports will work closely together. Your research will be vital to stop the flow of drugs, like techniques to detect drugs or explosives without opening the container. Because it's impossible to check by hand the 12 million containers that enter the Antwerp harbor alone every year. And your research helps us in the fight against child sexual abuse, which is increasing in severity and scale. Last year, internet companies reported more than 5 million videos, pictures, and cases of grooming in the EU alone, often of rapes of very young children. Your projects on prevention to stop children from falling victim to abuse, your research to detect abuse on the clear web and the dark web, perfectly complements the new EU law I have proposed to prevent and fight child sexual abuse. I'm glad that we are together in this struggle. And it's your research that allows secure cross-border communication when police cross borders in hot pursuit of criminals, when fire brigades from different member states fight forest fires together. Your research helps us to be more resilient against disasters, be they natural or human-made. You can all be proud of what you do every day. As law enforcers, first responders, critical infrastructure operators, as innovators in research organizations and in private companies, finding new ways to make Europe safe. But research alone is not enough. We need an innovative security industry in Europe which builds products reflecting European values and requirements. Research was not always a priority to the security community. Security was not always a priority to the research community. But now, we now have a security research community, and that's you. Security research is no longer option, it's a must. To anticipate and to prepare, so we can act and not just react. To move from crisis management to foresight and resilience. And you can count on our support, politically and financially. In a world torn by conflict and war, in digital world, a world threatened by climate change, we need to always be one step ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this warm welcome. And now it is our honor to welcome our first keynote speaker. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Francisco Pardo Piqueras, General Director of the Spanish National Police, as a representative of the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the EU. Mr. Pardo, welcome and thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be here in Brussels, in the heart of Europe. And let me start by thanking the European Commission for inviting me to participate in the opening ceremony of the Security Research Event 2023, which this year has been co-organized by the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union and the former Swedish presidency. I would like to extend my congratulations to the DG Home team, which has made this event possible, with such an interesting agenda and an exhibition area which make us proud of being part of this European security landscape. I also would like to recognize the work of other institutions that have made possible the Spanish participation in this event. In particular, the colleagues from the Center for Development of Industrial Technology from the Ministry of Science and Innovation in Spain. My contribution today will try to reflect my commitment with security research and innovation and how important it is for our day-to-day lives within our operational units at the Spanish National Police. Let me take a minute to start with a global picture before zooming on how police authorities can benefit on their day-to-day operations of security technologies. The world is at a turning point, I think. We are really in a new age. International geopolitical events such as COVID-19 pandemic, Ukraine and Israel wars, climate and war-related migratory flows, flash floods and extreme wildfires have made security be at the center of the European Union and national agendas. We are in the early years of a decisive decade, I think, where the racing technologies and the terms of competition with great powers will be set, and the window to deal with shared challenges will compel us to react swiftly and make quick decisions. Upcoming technological challenges, such as AI, high-performance computing, or revolutionary biotechnologies, will represent a challenge for police authorities and law enforcement agencies in their day-to-day operations. In this sense, research and innovation have a key role in responding to current and future challenges. While state-of-the-art technologies are increasingly used for criminal purposes, security research and innovation are the only way to respond to new and future challenges in terrorism, organized crime, forensic technologies, cybersecurity, cybercrime, and border management technologies, among others, at European level. In this special situation, it's very important to align European priorities with national priorities, especially in security research and its political implications. Over the past decade, the European Union has progressively tailored its research and innovation capacity to European security policy priorities. To name just a few, the European Security Strategy in 2020, the counter-terrorism agenda approved at the end of 2020, and the European Strategy to tackle organized crime in 2021. Therefore, President Ursula von der Leyen, in her State of the Union address on 13th September, raised several security-related key priorities, such as an action plan on anti-drug trafficking and an update of the legal framework and reinforced cooperation to fight the smuggling of migrants. These priorities must be complemented with others which are being identified at the national level. For example, the Spanish Annual Report on National Security, published in 2022, identifies the following three top security-related threats: cyberspace vulnerability, misinformation campaigns, and economic and energetic instability. I have the honor to lead the Spanish National Police, an institution that is about to celebrate 2 centuries of history. When it was established on January 13th, 1824, officers patrolled on foot and at most on horseback. 200 years later, our vehicles are hybrids, and we use drones to accomplish our tasks. One of the keys to this longevity has been its commitment to incorporating existing innovations and developments and its operating environment, and internally generating these innovations and developments when addressing its missions. Today, innovation and development shape the direction followed by the Spanish National Police, as established, in fact, by its own institutional strategic plan, a plan that focuses on the 3 areas of action that in turn develop the 2030 security model. 1, ensuring a safe environment. 2, guaranteeing coexistence, and generating public value. One of the guidelines of our strategic plan is to achieve an authentic digital transformation through 3 lines. First, the creation of an organizational system that allows the identification of innovative initiatives and projects oriented to the detected priorities. Second, the development of a permanent ecosystem of open innovation that seeks internal talent and the best associations that complement it. Third, the coordination of the participation of the national police in national and international initiatives for innovative solutions. We have been experiencing a 4th industrial revolution for a few years now. The changes are many. They happen at breakneck speed and affect practically all areas of life. This is, without a doubt, a moment of transformation, a moment of disruptive nature, led by new technologies. Some people point out that a new habitat for human being is taking shape. There are undoubtedly processes that cannot be reversed, and if there is no turning back, we can only walk forward, but not just in any way. We must walk forward with a firm and sure step. Moreover, European-funded security research also helps in strengthening its open strategic autonomy in sensitive areas, such as artificial intelligence or biometric technologies, many of them very much needed and used by police authorities in Europe. European-funded security research has proven to be a crucial instrument for national police authorities to integrate tailored security technologies and to develop capabilities which wouldn't be developed otherwise. It also enhances cooperation with other operational units in different fields of security, sharing the same needs and ambitions, allowing economies of scale and better dialogue between national police authorities. Particularly, the Spanish National Police is currently participating in 23 European-funded projects of innovation, most of them under the umbrella of the program Horizon 2020 and Europe, but also funded by Erasmus Plus and Internal Security Fund. Let me also highlight now how important it is to develop synergies between different security-related national and European funds to make the best use of money and to facilitate the end-user uptake of technological solutions. In Spain, we have recent examples of synergies between framework program funds and national public tender programs or internal security funds. A good example is the Let's Crowd project, funded under the Horizon 2020 program, which has finally led to a continuation under an internal security fund project called Pop Art. It is a project co-led by the Spanish National Police and the company ITRA. Pop Art aims to improve the security of European citizens against threats and attacks in public spaces and mass gatherings. The technical solution is based on a platform that allows for the security processing and sharing of large amounts of data collected in real time, including big data analysis and machine learning techniques for the processing of images and audio from different sources. The project will demonstrate and validate its innovative tools in real scenarios in Spain, such as the 2024 Madrid Marathon and during the celebration of one of the 2023 Champions League match. Another good practice of synergy is the 4Lab project, funded under the 7th Framework Work Program, which led to a national project called iForeign Lives, which has currently reached the market with the financial support of the Spanish National Police and the company Indra, a multinational Spanish company. This forensic system will be presented at this event, is being sold to different police forces at the national and international levels. During this event, we will also present the initiative of public innovation tender in the National Police with two main proposals in the technological screening phase, which will catalyze future projects financed by the Internal Security Fund. One is the Forensic Intelligence Challenge in the National Police, which pretends to cover the needs that go from the digitalisation of processes to the use of mobility technology and forensic intelligence. And the second, financing proposal through the Promoting Innovation line of the Ministry of Science and Innovation, as a part of the strategic initiative of public innovation procurement, which encompasses 75 innovation projects. To guarantee rights and liberties, we pretend to obtain information about products, services, and solutions related to telecommunications, information technologies, services and tools, public sphere protection, and technological disruption. In conclusion, the goal of the National Police is to boost an innovation ecosystem that will allow facing a specific challenge of cyber security by fostering European technological sovereignty using all funding lines open to our law enforcement agency. In the European Action Plan on synergies between civil, defense, and space industries, the European Commission proposed a capability development approach in the field of internal security and law enforcement, which we strongly support. End users need to develop security capabilities and must remain at the core of the security research program. However, although synergies can be explored and developed with other European defense programs, European Union security research must remain as a stand-alone program during the next research and innovation framework program with a sufficient budget to deliver and face the security challenge for the next decade. Let me conclude by highlighting that it is our wish for Spain and the European Union to have a world-class security research and innovation program and community capable of helping deliver technologies and capabilities for police forces, law enforcement agencies, border authorities, and civil protection units, effectively and efficiently and able to help make society more secure. The contribution of the European Union Security Research and Innovation Programme is indeed essential in the way that it enables to develop response through substantive interdisciplinary work and to pave the way for a secure future by organizing a dialogue between different stakeholders, either communities of users, research and innovation industry, and academia or other society stakeholders. We have all built since 2004 a program that really matters and that has had a real influence and brought about well-being for hundreds of people, from industries, academia, security end users, and the society as a whole. But it has still to develop its full potential. I wish this program a bright future. And I also wish all the participants in this event fruitful and successful discussions during the following 2 days. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, everybody, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francisco Pardo Piqueras. It was, I think, a very interesting talk, and I would say that for us in security research, this view of the practitioners and the law enforcement agents are very important to pave our way towards future security research. Now, I would like to introduce our second keynote speaker. On behalf of the Swedish colleagues whose presidents preceded the Spanish one in Council of the EU, I would like to welcome Mr. Werner Svande, who is a special advisor to the Director General at MSB, the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's Svante Berger, so Svante is my first name, yeah.
Okay.
So, dear colleagues and participants, it's an honor to be here at this Security Research event 2023. And thank you very much for the opportunity to say some words. I am a citizen of Sweden. This means that I've grown up living in a safe society, in a country with high levels of trust between citizens and low levels of violence in the streets. I've been marinated in the idea that my country is prosperous, a country that helps other countries. And it has been a truth to me that other countries and people from other countries, they like my country. And they see us as an inspiration and as a part of what is good in the world. Some of this is still true, at least in some places. But there clearly is another side of the story nowadays. In 2017, terrorism hit the streets of central Stockholm with 5 dead people. In 2018, the forest fires in Sweden were too big and too intense for us to deal with by ourselves, and practically all of Europe came to our help in the, up till then, largest UCPM mission ever. In 2020, Sweden was initially very hard hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and many elderly people died. In February 2022, the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine made Sweden change its security policy direction in just a couple of weeks, and we are now an invitee to NATO. This year, 2023, Sweden has gone from being a legitimate target for terrorists to become a prioritized target. We saw the tragic effects of that a little more than a week ago when 2 Swedish football supporters were brutally killed here in Brussels, probably just for being Swedes and showing it. And during these few years, as I've described here, the gang violence in Sweden has exploded on our streets, with shootings and explosions now taking place almost every day. So now we have gang violence, a high-level terrorism threat, and ongoing foreign influence campaigns against our country. This is taking place in the light of a security situation in Europe that might be the worst since the Second World War. At the same time, we see the effects of climate change definitely moving closer and closer, extreme weather as the new normal. And, as always, we see that we need to prepare also for the unknown, be it a new pandemic or something totally different. How are we in Sweden dealing with these complex situations? I will try to answer from the perspective of MSB, my agency, and which have the focus of resilience and preparedness and crisis management. First of all, I would like to emphasize that we are now planning for the worst in Sweden. Since 2015, Sweden has re-established the planning for total defense, as we say, against military attack from another country. And this focus has been even more important since February last year. When we plan for the worst, actually war, we also try to make sure that the efforts we make are relevant also for other crises. We do not know what will happen, and we believe in having an all-hazards approach to emergency management and crisis management. The focus on worst case, combined with the all-hazards approach, means that we have to look deep into our vulnerabilities and make sure that the most vital societal functions are robust or have redundant solutions, and that we are able to restore and rebuild fast. We are looking a lot into the war in Ukraine and what that can teach us in these aspects. We also see the importance of cybersecurity, of course. Second, re-establishing total defense means having a whole of society perspective. Sweden's security, resilience, and preparedness are not just something for the experts, or for the military, or the police, or the firemen, or other specialized forces. It's something for the society as a whole. This means that every authority, every municipality, every company who considers itself being important for society also should be involved in planning for emergencies and in planning for the worst. Since a little more than a year, 60 governmental agencies are pointed out as having specific responsibilities in Sweden as civil preparedness agencies. Most of them are organized into 10 civil preparedness sectors, anything from financial security and financial services to civil protection, where they are also expected to involve regions, municipalities, and relevant parts of the private sector. These 10 sectors cover quite a big bite of Swedish society, but my guess still is that there might be even more sectors included in this work in a couple of years. Third, Third, society is not only composed of organizations like agencies, municipalities, companies, NGOs, etc. We also have to involve and empower the citizens directly. In Sweden, we have a long tradition of doing so, and we still have relatively high levels of trust for authorities within the population to build on. In 2018, we sent out the leaflet, "If crisis or war comes," this one, to all Swedish households. Almost 5 million copies were sent out. In this leaflet, We inform the citizens about preparedness for crisis and for war, and what role everyone should be expected to take in that kind of situation. When we made a follow-up inquiry some months after the leaflet was sent out, we asked the people what people felt when they got it in their hands. The most common answer was responsibility. That is a feeling we like to encourage and build on. And we do a lot of things to take this involvement and empowerment further now. Two more features of Sweden's work with resilience and preparedness. Number 4 then, coordination. We are working hard to make sure that we can coordinate both the planning to improve our capabilities and the response of society when something happens. Number 5, communications. Active risk communication, coordinated crisis communication, and a spread capability in society to identify and counter disinformation campaigns. Finally, in working with resilience and preparedness in Sweden, we believe in an active dialogue and partnership between the practitioners, that is the planners and the crisis managers, and the research community. We need research to know best practice, to reflect on our behavior, and to challenge our traditional ways of doing things. And we need innovation, innovative ways of doing things. And although I started this short speech by pointing out some special Swedish features right now, we are actually all in the same boat. We have a war in Europe which is affecting us all. We're all struggling with the threat of terrorism. We're all working to be able to better deal with the effects of climate change. We're all facing the risk of decline in trust and the risk of rise of violence. It's therefore evident that we need to cooperate when we search for new knowledge and new ways of doing things. I'm therefore very glad for this European security initiative and for the role of the European Union when it comes to funding and supporting research in this area. I also note the importance of the transatlantic cooperation, and I'm glad to see our colleagues from the Department of Homeland Security, Science and Technology are also on this conference. As I said, it's really an honor to be here at this conference, Security Research Event 2023. Let us look for the solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very interesting talk also given the recent incidents. What I will keep is what it was said, that we are all in the same boat all together on this security research. So now
we finalize this part with the first 2 keynote speakers.
We have the bumper. So I think then we would like. We give. Okay, now I hit the bumper, so I can continue.
Yes.
So I think it was very interesting to hear the strategic perspective from the first speakers. And now we will move to the high-level panel. I think we have some distinguished panelists who will provide us their insights in an interactive manner with us, being as a moderator. So we'll honor on welcoming to the stage a set of high-level speakers. So I will kindly ask Ms. Loretta Hilber-Girard to come to the stage. And I would also like to ask, thank you, Mr. Jeroen van Vught, who is from the Netherlands Police, Director of Strategy and Innovation Division. So please. Just to mention that Loretta Hilber is Chief Risk Knowledge Monitoring and Capacity Development Branch at the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction.
And I would like to welcome as well Mr. Ricardo Martí Fluxá, President of the Spanish Association of Security Industries, TEDAE. Welcome, Mr. Fluxá. Sit down, please. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Mrs. Aya Kalnaya, Deputy Executive Director for Standing Corps Management at the EU agency Frontex. Welcome, Aya. Please, you can sit here. Thank you very much. You have, all of you should have a micro. Thanks, first of all, thanks to all the panelists, these high-level panelists, for participating in this first roundtable. I would like first to remind you the title of the current edition of this security research event: Societal Transformations, Digitalisation and Climate Change, a New Paradigm of Security Research. Challenges stemming from megatrends are shifting the ground of security in the European Union. This is true for each trend, considered separately, but their mutual reinforcement and cascading effects accelerate the process and bring stronger impacts, making preparedness and response even more complex. Climate change and extreme weather events will affect our ability to live as before. At the same time, the real and digital worlds are increasingly intertwined, deeply impacting society at all levels, with an increased penetration of social media and algorithmically amplified information, and creating new opportunities for criminals. Security authorities are facing a changing world, bringing both opportunities and challenges that requires rethinking the capabilities needed to perform their missions. All these challenges and changes may affect state sovereignty, prosperity, safety, and security. This cascading impact of megatrends demands a renewed debate on the role to be played and contribution to be delivered by EU security research.
Okay, so I will start with the first question. Given this context, we'd like to propose each of you to start with initial statement, given your position and your view in the role of security research in the European Core Concept, and how this can be to address these challenges. So I would kindly ask first Loretta to give us the first statement.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's not often that those of us who work on disaster prevention speak in front of security experts. So I hope that you will see that what's actually happening is our worlds are converging. We are facing a situation now where extreme weather has become the new normal. In many contexts, 90% of disasters that we're facing are caused by extreme weather events. In many parts of the world, this is interacting with high levels of poverty and inequality and really pushing back development gains. So for us, research is the core of understanding how to work in a world where we are seeing colliding impacts of pandemics, climate change, dramatic changes to biodiversity, financial crises, digitalisation, but also rapid political, social, and technological developments. And so even though these challenges are daunting, we do know that they are very much driven by the development processes and the decisions that we make, which means that they are amenable to policy action. So for us, the starting point of effective DRR is really a better understanding of risk. And understanding the risks that we face today need to be looked at in a systemic way. They are interconnecting, cascading elements of risk. And I think what I would like to see, or what we would like to see moving forward when it comes to research, is to move towards much more of a systemic lens and to really try to understand the systemic nature of risk. We have developed a research agenda with some priority areas, and we are also very much concerned with disaster risks that we feel have an escalation potential. And I think this is where this would be of interest to those working in the security field. Many of the impacts of climate change are felt at a very local level. In other words, they are high frequency but low intensity events. But there are certain disaster risks that really have the potential to escalate and to cause security threats. And we have identified a number of these. And I might just mention, some of them will be obvious to you, but pandemics, obviously, we've lived through that. But also antimicrobial resistance, nuclear agents, of course, radiation agents, infrastructure disruption, hazards that are linked to the internet. Obviously, cybersecurity is a big issue, but so is artificial intelligence and how it is employed. Armed conflict, but also the environmental degradation caused by conflict. So these are some of the disaster risk reduction issues that we feel require more research. But also research that is perhaps carried out in a different way. Because one of the challenges we see is that often the research isn't actually being applied. And so that lack of application is impeding progress. So I think I'll leave it there with opening comments, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Laurette. I think it was a very interesting introduction, especially in this area of crisis management, disaster resilience, and also in the view of the climate change. I think there will be more discussion to follow in the upcoming panel, so I will move to the next speaker. So, Jeroen, if you might give us also your view from your perspective.
Yes, I will do that. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Jeroen van Vught. I'm the Director for Strategy and Innovation of the Netherlands Police, and therefore representing an end user, an end user that, well, that really relies on the effects of research and development. As far as I'm concerned, research and development is elementary for our organization to stay relevant, because we need a deeper understanding of the megatrends that were just mentioned, technological megatrends, but also megatrends like climate change, like digitalisation. We need deeper understanding of it because we've seen the last couple of years, but it will be, I guess, more imminent the upcoming decade, that these megatrends are going to change the behavior of people and the problems we face as a police force. When I look at our daily agenda of our force command, well, I can say pretty securely that they are not busy with research and development every day because they need to solve the problems that occur on a daily basis. Therefore, it's even more relevant that people like me, people like you all here in this room, dig deeper in R&D to table, to the senior management, what they can do effectively with their organization and how they have to transform it to actually occur and step forward to all these challenges to make sure that we can tackle them in the proper way. So we needed R&D to understand what's going on, but also to prepare our organization in the right way. Especially on the long term, it's really, really relevant because the way these megatrends are blurring and getting together are going to make a society, I guess, even more complex than it is today. That's one of the reasons why I'm glad that we're here to discuss R&D and the future of R&D.
Thank you, Jeroen. I think it's really interesting, and certainly it's important, as you said, that both sides are learning from each other. So the practitioner and the research side. So we need to learn. You need to learn. I'm saying we as also part of the series here as being a researcher, and this is why we have this security research for us, so we can both advance towards a common goal. Thank you, Jeroen. So we can move to Ricardo.
Should be on. It is already on, I think. Ricardo, it's already. No, it's on.
Sorry?
You start.
It's on radio,
Yes,
sorry.
it's already on.
Sorry. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And for the invitation of the European Commission to participate in this really very, very important roundtable on security and research. I think for me it's very exciting on one hand, and I'm very, 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 very proud of being here. We are, as you know, Spain now is sharing the Council of the European Union. And for this special reason, I think for us, and being here in Brussels, is absolutely one of the main events for the year, definitely. I'm now the chairman of TEDAI. TEDAI is the association that gathers the defense, security, aeronautics, and space technology companies. And it's more or less equivalent of ASD in Europe, that all of you are aware of what ASD is. And normally we have around 100 companies, but we represent more than 207 companies, thanks to collaboration alliances that we have with the main regional clusters in Spain. Well, I have been really very much inspired by the words of our Commissioner for Internal Affairs at the beginning of this meeting, and by the very interesting apportations for the General Director of the Spanish Police and for the representative of the security of the Swedish government. And every day, absolutely more sure that the idea of security is something that is very much, inside ourselves. The idea of security is very much, anchor in our being. And we are all absolutely aware of the value that security has in our lives. And that is particularly noticed when it's lost. When it's lost. And unfortunately, the last few months, and notably the last few days, are a terrific example of what our world is enduring. And I was responsible as Secretary of State for Security in the Spanish government around 30 years ago. And I have been witnessing the way this idea of the challenges, of the threats that our security is having is every day more important and more acute. So this idea of this round table, of these kind of meetings that you have, and we need to have every single year on research of on research and security, or security and research, whatever is more important. But I am absolutely sure that without research, we are not going to have all the security that we need and all the security that we deserve.
Thank you. Sorry.
Anyway, I try to be very brief. I have a clock here that really challenges me every single second.
Don't worry.
But anyway, it's just saying 2 or 3 more things. Okay. One of them is a new geopolitical context that we face is absolutely important. Is absolutely paramount. We need to make the steps that will be necessary to work together and to move together an increasingly insecure and moving world. And we have to protect ourselves, definitely, and we have to work together because the member states and the European Union, we have a key role in playing to ensuring this kind of security. And we need to work very much together, as we do in Spain, with our security forces. And let me say it in Spanish, los cuerpos y fuerzas de seguridad del Estado. That for me, I really rejoice myself when I can say this kind of words together, not with its translation in English. And really, we have been hearing, and we are going to work in this morning to try to continue the research working program launched in 2007. So I think it's important, we need to work that. It's compulsory for us. It's compulsory for our countries, it's compulsory for our companies. And to work that very directly with industrial partners. I mean, around 43% of the fundings directly go to industrial companies. And this approach, I think, is very important. And we have an institution in Spain that Maite knows very well, that's called the Thematic, that makes absolutely clear that this help, that this kind of current goes promptly and acutely and to the good people. And just to finish, we are absolutely sure that Europe needs a competitive civil security technology industrial base. And we need to consolidate this industrial sector. We need to have a very fragmented market, and we need to work more on fighting this kind of fragmented market. And with all of that, I'm pretty sure that we are able to build together a coordinated kind of message to the European Union that we need to work together in that direction and to make something really important for our countries. And I think I took maybe 12 seconds more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I will keep what you said, that we need to work together. I think that's a clear message. And finally, last but not least, of course, I would kindly ask Aya to give us her thoughts.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. And I'm absolutely happy to see this event happening after quite such a break. And I want to begin with what my police colleague across the chairs said. Security research is a new kid on the block. I started as a police officer a long time ago, and the only area, and actually I studied chemistry, so I wanted to be a scientist and do the research. I did not want to work in the factory. But the only science that we saw in the police those many years ago when I began was in the forensics. That is high time that we changed it. And if we look at the history of the security research, it's a very new kid on the block in Europe. If my figures are correct, and those who were at the Innovation Hub meeting not long time ago would have heard that, security research in European Union began in 2004. This is when European Union realized that we have to do better. And I really welcome these words behind me. We have to look for new paradigm in the security research. And this is high time when we discuss and we agree on this new paradigm. And if I can put some dots on the I's, it's the common language. And one of the previous speakers mentioned, when it's too late, the impact is irreversible. We are already behind in many areas because of lack of recognition of the importance of security. Identification of what security means to the organization, to the agencies, to each of us as individuals, to the society, to everyone. And I'm very happy to represent here border management community, which is part of that security chain. But I want to go back to the common language. And this is something that we have to work towards. If we want security research to be successful, we have to talk the same language. And we have to mean it. And if I could think how to arrive there, this is that each and everyone in the chain, end user, academia, industry, end user, think of one sole thing. Whatever we are doing for security of our house. It is not security somewhere. It is security of our house. There is no somewhere. You quite rightly mentioned that a geopolitical situation is dire. When you read the news, people choose not to read it because it's not quite clear where the world is going. where the organized criminality begins, where the illegal migration begins, where it goes to the terrorism, how much of that is self-proliferated criminal organization, how much is it facilitated by the state actors. We see more and more indications of instrumentalization of migration. And you know what? It's not difficult in this world. It's not that the world was safe yesterday. It's just that we see, as our Swedish colleague quite rightly said, all of a sudden it arrives here, to my house, something that was never there. The climate change is, I'm very happy it's on the topic, because it's clear that droughts, severe climate fires, they do affect the world. But this is just the beginning, because then it's exploited by criminal organizations, by state actors to influence the world order. I may sound very dramatic, but I'm dramatic for a reason. We have to speak the same language. And we should not work continuously in the silos as we used to. It's not giving a grant to a research institution to do something. We have to be quite clear why this something exists. And at Frontex, we actually have identified our vision how to deal with the research. And again, I'm very, very happy and grateful to the European Commission for being visionary quite some time ago, putting research at the core of the capability development of the border management. And we take that mandate very, very seriously and focus in 3 areas. First, understanding the threat. One of my colleagues mentioned that before. Second is focus research activities towards developing the capabilities that are needed. And third is a comprehensive approach to research. It is not just researching a piece of technology. The societal change is extremely important. We have to invest in our human capital. You can give the best piece of technology to a person who does not know what to do with it, and that's a waste of resource. So with that, I'll stop the introductory talk, and I hope that we can develop further so that we arrive at that new paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it was very interesting, and I really see at least the majority of you speaking about common language, about working together, about learning the one from each other. So this means that the interaction among us is really critical, and I think this is a message we need to convey as a starting point. So I will move to the next question, but practically given what I think Aya gave us a nice introduction, so I will continue with you, Aya, first of all. So the question here is that, okay, research may not be in the core of your daily tasks, but certainly it's very important for your organizations, for all of you. The question is, how do you benefit today from the research in this domain? And, okay, what would you like to see in the future? Of course, you already gave us what would you like to do, but I would like you to go one step further. So, given that we will start working towards a common language, what should we achieve? So first, the first part, what you get today, and then the second.
Thank you. I'll try not to bore you to tears, because luckily, we have had research in Frontex mandate for a while. And I have my very good colleagues sitting there, and together with my colleagues, we have shifted the approach to research in Frontex. Because when I arrived there back in 2018, actually, when I attended for the first time the security research event, little did I know that the next event will be only now. So I hope we stop cancelling those. But what we did with Javier back then, we decided that we have to focus research on our operational needs. Because when I spoke to my operational colleagues, they said, you may be doing something very brilliant, but we don't need it because we don't see it. I trust that we have been very successful in doing so. And although you say that research is not my daily business, it actually is. Mm-hmm. It actually is. And I want to extend it not to the word research, but innovation. And this is my dream, to have in Frontex the organizational innovation system. When you look at the examples in private sector, it's all operating brilliantly. We are mostly concerned with doing our daily job and not thinking about innovation, not sitting somewhere far away in an academic sector or in the industry or technology developers, but sitting in each and every one of us. When I look at the number of people who sit here, what the brain power there is. If today we run a quick survey, what innovation you would suggest in your own area, can you imagine what we would garner? Frontex currently has over 2,000 own staff. The first European border guards wearing uniform. Can you imagine if we ask each and every one of them, how could we improve? I think I will be able to tell my academic colleagues, my industry colleagues, what is that we need. And this is how we develop that culture, how we develop that dialogue that we so desperately need. And it cannot be only through grants that then go through somewhere. And I'm very happy, again, that Frontex is participating and supporting Commission in defining these research questions that have to be asked to the academia, to the industry, to support the end user. More, we started looking at the opportunities to facilitate internal research in the law enforcement community. So we launched this grant scheme, which is small with identified questions to support the member states' border management authorities with the research that they need. And it was absolutely amazing. This year we did it for the first time, and we had really marvelous level of application. And it's amazing how ready the law enforcement is to innovate. And it's absolutely necessary that we do so. What I would want to have in future is more of all the house approach, or all the government approach, all the society approach, you said. That we link the dots. Because we can have a sector that innovates brilliantly if other sectors, security sectors, don't. We are failing. We are failing at that very moment. So we have to identify for ourselves, what does security mean for us? And then focus. One problem, we may come up with lots of things that we want to innovate, that we need to innovate. The resources are finite. Although quite a substantial funding goes into research, if we speak about Horizon Europe and before, it's not enough. Also, the human resource is very limited and finite. So we have to focus. And for ability to focus, we have to implement the capability-driven approach, looking at the effects that we want to achieve. So, and I stop there. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Can I add something? I think it has been very, very relevant, all the points you have raised. I mean, first of all, we need to, let's say, be able to focus absolutely all the research in things that are really important. So we need to talk constantly with the final user, because many times, I mean, I have seen in other fields that you do something that we call in Spanish investigación pura. That means pure research that we don't know where it's leading. But I mean, we are granting many times money to these kind of things, and this money that you are losing in many ways. So I think the points you have said are particularly relevant.
Thank you both. And indeed, what Aya said and also what Ricardo added, I think it's really important because it shows the need for the interaction, starting from a common language, starting from a common ground, to interact among two main areas towards the common innovation, because in both sides, as Anya said, on the one side we have the very big experience of the end users, and on the other side we have scientists, we have people from the industry, so I think we need to have these two together as much as possible. I would also kindly ask Loretta to comment on this issue. So just to recall a little bit the question. So what do you benefit today from research and innovation, and what you would like to see in the future from your perspective?
Thank you very much. I maybe just pick up on the points that were just made. I couldn't agree more that there needs to be much more interaction between the researchers, the knowledge producers, and the knowledge end users. As I mentioned before, one of the challenges we see is that often the research isn't applied. And where we work is a global perspective. So we're looking at the research that's often generated in the global north, and how can we make this applicable in countries that need it the most? This includes innovation, of course. How can we ensure that all the great innovations that are occurring right now, such as those that are related to artificial intelligence, can be brought to the countries that are really on the front line of the climate crisis, for example, that have the least capacity to cope with the impacts of climate change. And here we're seeing a gap, and I think there's a real danger that that gap will grow ever larger. And so we really need to find ways to close that gap so that everybody benefits from the innovation. The other point I would just like to make is there is really a need for more transdisciplinary approaches. And when we look at some of these challenges, such as climate change, they really cut across many different sectors and spectrums. And yet we live in isolated pockets, I would say, of research often. I mean, I see this just in my own small domain of disaster risk reduction and climate change. These two areas of work have emerged really in silos. The disaster risk reduction world comes from disaster management, comes from a humanitarian type of background, whereas climate change is very much rooted in the scientific community. And so it's only recently that the research is starting to come together a little bit more, so that we are looking more at climate change impacts as disasters and understanding that we have to put in place the measures needed to prevent these impacts, prevent climate change from becoming disasters. But these two scientific and research domains have remained fairly separate over the years. So we really do want to see far more transdisciplinary approaches, bringing in a whole spectrum of actors. The health sector, for example, security that was mentioned, disaster management, and really trying to work together to solve some of these issues that are really threatening our planets.
Thank you very much, Loretta. I will keep here the transdisciplinary, which I think was the message, and I will certainly agree. As being, let's say, lucky to be able to participate in many different projects in many different clusters, I would certainly agree that there are many things there that can be reused, adapted, and it did allow for cooperation among different stakeholders, different technology providers towards a common goal for us, for the security research.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeroen, you mentioned one important topic, which are megatrends that are shifting the ground of security research. Now that today we have the Commission here, policymakers, national perspectives, also the industry, what should be, from your perspective and your role, the main considerations behind the future security research program? What do you expect from this next program? And how would you address issues like strategic autonomy, capability development approach, which has already been mentioned, or deployment of innovative solutions, go to market?
Well, thank you for this question. It's a difficult question, but it's not too difficult to give some perspectives on it, because as far as I'm concerned, the research and development program's main task should be that we, as governmental institutions, the industry and the participants that are part of the scientific community, should declare that R&D is relevant to stay legitimate. Right now, we all face issues of trust. My own organization, which is an end-user organization, which is a police force, is not the only organization that's under constant fire because of the fact that the trust in governmental institutions is decaying. One of the reasons for that is because of all these megatrends that are coming together. And government, but also the private industry, doesn't have the right answers to all these megatrends as far as the public is concerned. They want us to find answers to their and to fulfill their needs, basically. That's why we should put R&D on the agenda and combine it with our legitimacy and with the trust factor that we need to stay relevant. So that's the main goal. Stay in business. Try to understand what's going on. Try to be legitimate the upcoming 10 years too, not just now, but also the upcoming years. And there are some big domains right now under development. For example, the entire digital domain, in which we don't have the right answers yet, and we won't find these answers by looking to the daily agendas of our organizations and to look at what's going on in the news just now. We need we need real experience, we need real knowledge, and we need collaborative power to dig deeper in all these bigger trends, to understand what's going on and to know what we have to do the upcoming years. One of my colleagues, I believe it was Aya, she focused on the importance of combining the R&D activities that we all do together and focus them on the operational needs. That's one of the big things that we really have to do. We don't, we do not perform research and development just for the sake of the art. We need to find these solutions, and therefore we have to step up as member states too. Because we're not too good at attributing what we really want from the industry. To actually dig deeper in what we need to have from the industry to fulfill our operational needs. Well, that can be one of the things we can actually try to achieve today. Because we all face the same issues and the same problems. We all face issues, for example, with ethical use of AI. We all face issues with how could we examine big data collections. These are all things we all face together, but we're not really good at attributing the right questions to the industry too. So before we start, and right now is a very interesting time because things are going to change here in Brussels too. New commissions are coming up. Programs are being evaluated. New Horizon programs are being designed the upcoming years. So maybe this is the right time to make that ecosystem work in a different way. To focus more on what we really want from the industry and to do it together instead of just try to design a project proposal just for yourself and to apply it to the Commission. So then an ecosystem would not just start to exist, but become more effective too. And then the point about strategic autonomy, that's important too, but if we design that European ecosystem, we become more strategical autonomous as far as I'm concerned. So, well, it cuts both ways then. So that will be an interesting side effect too of designing that new ecosystem that really works.
Thank you very much, Jeroen. It's very interesting, the approach you have mentioned. In this sense, there is something I would like to come back to AIA, because you mentioned as well something that Jérôme has mentioned, how to, I would like to put the words, looking for synergies between the different stakeholders. And you also mentioned capability development approach. What else would you need Frontex as a border management agency to connect these dots in the next framework program? What you don't find at the moment in the current program?
I don't even know where to start, to be honest, because I think Jérôme quite rightly said, we are failing in identifying what is that we are missing. And to formulate these questions to first the researchers, and then also to ensure that there is an uptake to that. And if we compare the defense sector with the security sector, we are like a Cinderella in comparison. And excuse that I'm using this word. But this is true. And if I look at the border management, for example, we use lots of platforms which are actually developed for the defense sector, but we don't use the capabilities that are available there. So it's a bit of a waste for us because it actually still costs a lot. So it's absolutely crucial that the security actors are adept at identifying the requirements and come together with the requirements, but not in separation from the defense sector, but together with the sector, to ensure that the platforms that we use interchangeably, because these are platforms. You take the gun off, I can use the ship in the Med to save people. Yeah, so this is very important, the convergence of requirements, identification of the questions to the industry. And I can tell you one thing. We all speak, we would like to know what's coming, megatrends, brilliant. How do we know they will come true? When? How can we prepare ourselves for that? When do we take what the academia research tells us seriously and change our work? I'll give you one example that really pains me since many years. Researchers warned the law enforcement sector long time ago of the imminent threat of the exposure to cyber, to internet, etc. Did we take it seriously? No. At that time, we didn't, and we lost time. Just 10 years ago, the ability to investigate cybercrime in the law enforcement was lacking. If I remember correctly, the figures 10 years ago, it was 30% of law enforcement was able to deal with it. Same with border management. We tend to focus on people at the border. The times are gone when we can fix the border management with people alone. The times are gone because of two factors. One is security, and borders are there for a reason, to stop the threat from arriving. But to be able to do it, we need to see what is that threat that is coming and when that threat is kicking. So this is my wish to the research community to give us the tools to be able to predict. And I know it's easily said, very difficult done, but we really need that to prepare. Second area, the borders are there also to connect. we speak about huge flows of people going across the borders. We need to be able to digitalize. We need to look at how the technology, AI, whatnot, can help us to work at the border. We cannot depend on human resources alone, hoping that human resources will secure the border. It's not going to happen. We will never have that. Rich industry has difficulty attracting brains and human resources. Imagine us, law enforcement sector, border management. We are struggling to recruit. And we don't need a person if that person is not able to learn and operate that sophisticated machinery. That's a liability, that's not a capability. And just to finish, I'm looking at the clock. What we have to look at is what is the effect that we want to achieve in the border management? What you, as a society, expect us to achieve, and then develop capabilities accordingly. Capability development is not a new concept. Defense knew it way before. We are learning. But we have to learn fast, because this is our only way to focus where it matters with the biggest effect. But again, to be able to do that, we need to know what is the job that we have to do and when.
Anya, maybe I can comment a little bit here. Indeed, I would certainly agree with you also from the research point of view that prediction is very interesting, very critical. It's also a research challenge for the research community here. The AI technologies are used there, but I have to say also that it's important the aspects of explainability, of robustness, of accountability, because we need also the end user always together with us to be able to judge on this result, because the prediction might be there, but it has to be understandable so the user can take the decision. So that's a very critical aspect for us. Yes, Loretta, you want to comment on that, of course?
I would. I mean, I think it's quite interesting, the idea of prediction, and we do a lot of predictive analytics in the field of disaster risk reduction. But we knew a pandemic was likely to occur, and we didn't put in place the preventative measures. And we know very well what are the impacts of climate change. We see them manifested every day with growing disaster risks, and we're still not taking the measures needed to address these. So I agree that prediction is needed, but we also need to understand more why people do not act on the information that they have, and why they're not taking the decisions that are needed to protect the populations from these threats.
I think, Loretta, what you said is very critical and very important, because indeed we might have the information, we don't react. Why? We don't trust it. There are no procedures, there are no guidance. It's something we need to understand and correct it as research is progressing. To further progress, I think what I said also about bringing the defense and the security domains together. I'm also involved in this area a little bit, so I would certainly second what you mentioned. And it's probably something we would like to see in the next working programs, so this synergy together. Taking this opportunity of what we would like to see, I would like to ask Ricardo regarding the industrial point of view for the next program, so the next multi-annual financial framework. What would you like to see? What is your perspective, Ricardo?
Well, really, it's quite difficult to talk, I mean, with after Alia, because I agree absolutely with all the points she has been raising on those of her, and she's able, I mean, to stress all the main points. But anyway, for that, absolutely, with many of these things, we need money. We need money, we need programs, and definitely we need the continuity of the civil security research program. And that is absolutely attractive for our companies. So I mean that it has to promote the growth of the security industry, but with a specific budget, and as well with the necessary funds to guarantee the development of capabilities focused on the market. We need to look carefully to the final user. And so this kind of capabilities window of the European Defence Fund as well, but always taking into account the singularities of our client, their requirements, and their temporary technology demand scenarios. I mean, you have reason something very, very, very exciting for me. Is the thing that you can cooperate, I mean, defense and security. And I mean, the protection of our frontiers has to be something together with defense and security. And some of the things, I mean, some of the things that use defense, I mean, we take out, let's say the armament and all these kind of things, and we focus on the presence. I think that would be, I mean, a very, very wonderful aim to get at, no? But this, as we call, impossible mission. Mission impossible. But anyway, I mean, it's a good idea, I mean, to work on that, no? But as well as asking, I mean, answering your question, I think, and we have been insisting around this morning to promote a competitive European security technology industrial base, again, to work together. And we need to promote the presence of thriving companies, of course, but as well, we need to aim to disruptive technologies. These disruptive technologies, I think, is a need. Absolutely is a paramount need that we need to challenge and to go again. And we can collaborate all together with this platform proactively and for the benefit of technology development as well. And it will be a good step forward as well if we are able to establish a European standardization for certification policies. So that will be a guarantee for all of us and for the exportation of technologies to users of other countries. I mean, our sector, I think we export to countries outside the Union around 45–50% of our production. And I think we need to focus on these points as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Ricardo. I think that's some views for the people who are preparing the program to have in mind. So I don't know if anybody else wants to comment or, yes, Jerome?
Yeah. I want to add a comment to the thought that was put on the table of, well, joining the different types of industrial activities we've got from the military sector, from the civil sector. And when you combine that with my previous remark in getting the member states on the table and the institutions on the table in an early stage as well, you got another big advantage in plain sight as well, which is this is the only way, as far as I'm concerned, to actually design what our European values actually are worth. Only if we can have the military industry, the civil industry, and the member states at the table in an early stage, we're going to experience what it means to have a European research agenda and what it's worth and what we want from our institutions in the daily practice. As far as I'm concerned, our European values are not really well transmitted and transposed yet into norms and standards yet. And if we don't want to rely on foreign industries and do it together, and that's a very important thing too, getting together to actually declare what these European values are and how you can put them into practice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that aspect is also very important. So sustainability, independence in terms of Europe. Yeah.
Yeah, I would, sorry. Yes.
Can I just add, because I was thinking about what has been discussed here about ability to predict and why we are not listening to academia actually warning us of what is coming. And there is an issue of the timing. To give an example, how many predicted the war really hitting us on 24th of February last year? Frankly, in my own house, people were walking and said, you cannot seriously think this will happen. Well, coming from Baltics, I knew that it will. The problem is different. We may know of what is coming, but if we don't know whether it is coming really, what is the likelihood? Preparedness of of the society, of the authorities. We have our daily jobs to do. Yeah? There is no resource that we could push towards something else. And that's why the crisis contingency systems should be very robust to be able to step in when these things happen. Because also with preparedness, COVID, we have been asking ourselves big time, I think everyone, why were we not prepared? Because pandemic is one of the megatrends. It's there, it was predicted. Why did we not prepare? So this is a very important question to ask. On the other hand, creating living systems, for example, at the border, to deal with the pandemic, if nothing is coming, we have to maintain it. There is no such resource. Resources are finite. And this is not only with pandemics or climate change, it's also with the criminality. Preparedness for terrorist attacks. If in a particular place there has never been terrorist attacks, you are not going to keep an anti-terrorism unit there. It's not going to happen. The same with border management. What is currently happening in the Mediterranean, it's back to 2016. We are heading into the next crisis. I'm very serious about that. Are we better prepared? We are. We are, but at cost. At a cost. So back then, Europe learned and said, okay, we are creating now the system of solidarity in terms of the European border guard. So we have, Frontex has now the staff that can go to the frontline member states and support them in the job that they are doing, so that never again they have to step aside and let people through. So that is fixed. It is possible. But it is not possible to solve these issues alone. You need the European solidarity with that.
Yes, Loretta, please.
If I could just pick up on that. In the field of disaster risk reduction, one of the challenges is that we look towards the past to understand the future. And with the phenomena of climate change, what's happening is that these threats are becoming much more unpredictable, and we're living much more in an era of uncertainty. And I think that what the research needs to look at is how do we make decisions when we actually cannot necessarily predict what's going to happen because we've never experienced these phenomena before. And if I just take a look at what happened in Hawaii, for example, a very wet climate that experienced normally torrential rains at this time of the year, and instead they had massive wildfires. Their early warning system was geared towards tsunamis, so they couldn't even send a signal out to the population telling them to flee because the population would have fled in the direction of the fires. They had no systems in place for this. We see this all the time in the developing world. These are new phenomena that are occurring that they've not experienced before, and the systems are not ready for it. Because they rely on historical data and historical experiences to plan. So I do feel like the whole notion of uncertainty and unpredictability, often fueled by phenomena such as climate change, isn't getting enough attention, and certainly not the decision-making processes that need to happen in this era of uncertainty.
Mm-hmm. No, that's, I think, very important what you mentioned, that we have new issues, new problems, that the historical data are not enough. Everybody knows that AI and the decisions in general are building on top of previous experience. If something is new, okay, it's difficult to adapt.
But even when we know that what is going to happen, we are not able to take the different steps to face them.
Yes.
So this idea of Frontex, for instance, I mean, you have been telling, we are really prepared, to deal with the kind of problem we are having now with immigration in our borders. It's an enormous cost on one hand, and it's a different problem for different countries. So we need solidarity, and this kind of solidarity is not so easy to find.
That's it. You all mentioned, by the way, this new paradigm shift from managing the disaster to predicting the disaster and being ready. Having the supply chains, the industrial capabilities, the supply chains ready to face these unpredictable, but also maybe in our heads, these events, these disasters and events. And some of you mentioned as well, something which is important is the role of the society, the preparedness that needs to be addressed from the societal point of view. It was also mentioned by Svante. Loretta, how do you think we can improve this involvement of the society in terms of being prepared for unpredictable events in the future?
Well, I think public engagement is absolutely critical, and it doesn't help if scientists are speaking to scientists or even speaking to the primary end users, which would be institutions like my own. It really needs education of the public, engagement of the public, co-design with the public, so that they are fully embedded in the process of understanding what is the future's look like, what are the risks that they are facing, and what are the measures that they can take. Because I think we think about security sometimes in terms of the state, and perhaps we need to think a bit more in terms of the individual. Mm-hmm. And what is the actual agency of the individual to act in the face of the threats that are coming his or her way. So really reaching out and engaging the public, starting with young people, starting in the school systems. Mm-hmm. I think this would be extremely important, yeah.
Public involvement. I think this is a word. And solidarity among nations. I mean, is the only way, because the threat is more or less very similar to all of us. I mean, we feel that we are Europeans, Europe is our country, and there we need to work on that direction.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Just one word, and I think it goes very much into what you both said. But I want to pick on the word that Svante mentioned in his speech, that's responsibility. And that responsibility begins with the individual. Climate change, so many people are in total ignorance of the climate change. But I can tell you, in border management, my own house, so I'm not picking somewhere else, one of the issues that we are facing is that, that our technology at the borders is failing in extreme weather. Because we never had 40 degrees where we have it now, or for quite so long time, in areas where we never had air conditioning, because it was never needed. So it's not something in the air. Okay, we agree. But then we have to begin with ourselves. What can I do to make the change? Do I need a 4x4 car, even if I can afford it? That's my responsibility. And society is tempted to shift the responsibility to the government, to somebody. It's all very convenient, but we have to begin with ourselves. And only then we can make that shift. This is a paradigm shift in our heads. And excuse me to anyone who owns 4x4. I'm not trying to say you don't need it. But this is the reality that we have to think, and we have to instill it into our children. They will pick it up and carry it forward. But if we don't do it now, they will have nothing to carry over.
That's true.
What's also important is to make these analyses we've got, a bit more accessible to the public, because, and also not in a too dramatic way. It's very important to have all these scenarios and trend maps we've got, to combine it and make a proper one of it, which we actually can explain to the general public, but also to politics, because that's important too. A lot of these topics, tend to be politicized. And in a lot of ways, it's quite when you look at it from a scientific perspective and try to explain what's going on, it's not too complicated to pick out some trends that are irreversible and are just coming up. The way we tell it to the public, but also the way we educate the people who are in charge, politicians, is elementary, not just try to bring the message to the kids. It has to be a broader activity, I guess, to to get the future and the effects of what is coming up at the right tables and make the right decisions in the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerome. I can try to go to the last question since the time is passing very fast. I didn't expect that, to be honest, but I think the discussion is really of interest. Okay, obviously climate change is one of the very important megatrends. One other megatrend that is, I think, already a little bit starting to discussed here among us is the digitalization. There are challenges of digitalization in the context of security, which they go beyond cybersecurity. They include the AI now. So the question is, what are the major impacts of this digitalization process that you foresee? Maybe Ricardo can give
Well,
us...
it's a major challenge for every one of us, for every one of our companies. Let's say we are living in a digital society. I mean, that's a fact. And many, well, at least in my country, we have been having quite a lot of help from our government in the terms of digitalization. I mean, our companies, not all of them were perfectly on this way, but we have been having good help on that direction. But I mean, it's a key word. I mean, we need to be digital because we are living in a digital world.
Thank you, Ricardo. I fully agree. There are certainly several challenges.
I was looking at the clock because I have a much longer answer to that.
I'm sure. So maybe Jerome can also give a short...
To my day.
Jerome, you would like to comment a little bit on that as well?
Yeah, of course, and also on the trend of digitalization, as far as I'm concerned, the main issue with digitalization is that in the end it changes the behavior of and also the thinking of people in our society. I read some statistics that in our country about 2 years ago, people from the age of 16 and older were 8 hours a day connected to the internet in some way or another.
Yeah.
And that 10 years ago, it was only 4 hours or 5 hours.
Yeah.
And that the upcoming years, it will probably be 24 hours a day that you are connected in some way or another to the digital domain. And well, that some things have happened in our society already that we never expected to happen. In our country, for example, over 100,000 people believe in all types of conspiracy theories, which is a direct result of living in the digital world too. So it's not a technology related process we're talking about. We're talking about the change of behavior of people because of the fact that they're connected to a complete new universe, which is also connected to the physical world. So that digging into that domain and try to understand what's going to happen is, I guess, one of the most important things we have to do to, well, I already mentioned it before, to stay legitimate and to stay relevant. And when I look at, well, the role of the governmental institutions in the digital domain at this very stage, I'm a bit worried about that because we didn't think out properly we know what we have to do in the physical world. We don't really know what our main task is in the digital world. And we have to think that out too. Maybe in a more collaborative way, in the collaborative way that we talked about regarding designing research and development agenda. Apart from that, a big thing of changing behavior and changing dynamics in society, and the issue of trust, of course, all types of, well, traditional things are emerging because of digitalization. New crime waves, digital crime waves are coming up. That goes on and on. It changes the patterns of, well, I guess, migration, of human smuggling. It changes the patterns of drug smuggling all the time. So these are things related to it. And when I look at, well, it from a more operational and organizational point of view, the digitalization itself to an organization like mine, which is a 17,000 people organization, which is mainly focused on the human factor, changing it to a more digital-driven organization so that we can keep up with what's going on in society is a very big challenge because it takes years. It takes years to do it, And in the physical domain, there's a lot of work too, you know, and people are focusing on that. Politics is focusing on that too. So changing the organization has to be done by proper R&D. Now, then we're at the starting point of the conversation again. That's why I need, well, all the people in this room too, to make that R&D work for the end user.
Thank you
very much,
Jerome.
I don't know if you want to react, maybe? Last word, because we are running out of time.
I'm burning with that, because digitalization is now, border management is going fast ahead with digitalization of the border management. At the same time, when we speak about digitalization in general of the law enforcement sector, of the security sector, it's a question of survival. We are up against an adversary that has money, that is not constrained by law, be it procurement, be it ethical use of the technology, or bias, or whatnot. And Jerome, as you said, this is where our values will be tested and are being tested. So we cannot really compete with the freedom. We work within the law, and we will continue working in the law. But this is my appeal to the industry. Please, when we talk about specific systems for law enforcement sector, think about the end user. Why do everyone use this mobile phone? Because so much effort goes into user experience. When we develop specific systems for ourselves, for our work, then the user experience kind of moves away, because first is to deliver the system. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you very much. Let me thank you, the four speakers, brilliant speakers. I have taken note of many good challenges, lots of food for thought for the Commission, for the delegations, for the industry, for the research organizations, digitalization, predicting the threats, the society in the center, the user in the center as well, breaking silos, connecting the dots, understanding low impact but frequent disaster events, and working for a more capability development approach. With that, I would like to thank you for and conclude this panel. Thank you. Now, after such an interesting high-level roundtable, I would like to announce you that we have a well-deserved coffee break. The coffee break will take place at the foyer. You go on this right side, for use the left, okay? And at the same time, on the -2 floor, the ground hall, you will be able to attend the IMAS demo. It's a demo of a project for those interested. We will be back at noon. Don't forget to be back a couple of minutes before, so that we can start on time and enjoy the coffee break. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the auditorium. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break.
So welcome back. I think it's time for one of the most exciting times of the conference, which is the Security Innovation Awards. The Security Innovation Awards will recognize innovative solutions from the innovators that are involved in the EU projects that have, in security, of course, and have achieved significant impact relevant to market uptake of research results. The main criteria that were considered for this evaluation were the security need, the use of EU research and innovation funding, scalability and commercialization perspective, capability, and the EU funding deployment. So I will not keep you waiting that much. First of all, I would kindly ask Marta Sigan on behalf of DG Home. Marta is the Director of Innovation and Audit at DG Migration and Home Affairs, who will hand on the prizes to the winners.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Marta, for coming on the stage. And now I will be very fast. I will go directly to the first category of the Security Innovation Awards. In the category of Best Innovation with Strong Societal Impact, the winner is Community Policing in Lisbon, Safer Communities.
Policiamento comunitário em Lisboa, criando confiança para a construção de comunidades mais seguras. Manter uma relação de confiança entre a polícia e a comunidade é fundamental para um policiamento moderno e de qualidade. É não só a chave para cumprir as prioridades estratégicas da polícia, como também desempenha um papel importante na prevenção de problemas de segurança que preocupam a comunidade. Na última década, a Polícia Municipal de Lisboa tem vindo a desenvolver um modelo de policiamento comunitário inovador que conta com a colaboração dos cidadãos e de entidades parceiras para a construção de comunidades mais seguras. No policiamento comunitário, a relação de confiança que se estabelece entre a polícia e os cidadãos ajuda a resolver os problemas que preocupam a população. Assim, é fundamental que se estabeleça desde cedo um trabalho conjunto com as entidades que intervêm na comunidade, através da criação de parcerias que estejam dispostas a trabalhar em conjunto com a polícia. Os grupos de segurança facilitam a articulação diária da polícia com as várias entidades que intervêm na comunidade, tais como associações de moradores, juntas de freguesia ou associações na área social, ajudando a dar resposta em conjunto aos problemas da comunidade. Mas o que torna este modelo de policiamento tão único, inovador e eficaz? O policiamento comunitário em Lisboa inicia-se muito antes de os agentes começarem a patrulhar o território. Existe uma fase inicial de planeamento pelo grupo de segurança que assegura que, quando a equipa policial for para o território, possa contar com o apoio da comunidade. Esta fase de planeamento dura em média cerca de 1 ano e é composta por 5 etapas. Primeiro é criada a parceria, o grupo de segurança. Num segundo momento, é realizado um diagnóstico de segurança do território, onde o policiamento comunitário vai ser implementado. Segue-se a definição do perfil e características consideradas mais importantes que os futuros agentes da equipa de policiamento comunitário deverão possuir. Por último, é feita a seleção dos agentes comunitários e a sua formação, juntamente com parceiros e representantes dos moradores, para serem preparados para a intervenção no território. Este policiamento, ao ser iniciado através de um planeamento conjunto com moradores e parceiros, pretende que a própria comunidade seja corresponsável pela sua segurança. O facto de serem os mesmos agentes a patrulharem o território permite que sejam reconhecidos pela população, pelo nome, facilitando o estabelecimento da relação de confiança. Os moradores confiam assim mais facilmente nos agentes do policiamento comunitário para transmitir informações e preocupações da segurança. Policiamento comunitário em Lisboa, criando confiança entre a polícia e os cidadãos para a construção de comunidades mais seguras.
And the person who will pick up the prize is Mrs. Monica Diniz. Monica, you can go on the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. In the name of the Mayor of the Lisbon City and the Commander of the Lisbon Municipal Police, I would like to thank for this award, for the organization, and indeed for us it's important this participatory approach in planning for making and building safer communities. And the community policing indeed has been the work of many partners to contribute to the Lisbon neighborhoods to be safer. We do believe that if crime, it's a work for the police, indeed the prevention of crime and security, and just as also well put it by our Swedish colleague and our colleague from the Frontex about the importance of co-responsibility and about the importance of we all have and all society as a role to the security, to the prevention. So it's with that in line that we'd like to thank to the European funding programs, the European Commission, that support us in the research, for us to make it possible to improve our model. We'd like to thank also for our partners from the different projects that we have been cooperated with. I would like to give a special thanks to the Center of Design Against Crime Solution Center from the University of Salford that inspire us all with this, also with these methodologies, these human-centered methodologies. To the special thanks to the European Forum for Urban Security that indeed support cities to work on security and safety issues and make us possible to work on both on co-responsibility on security issues and on prevention. I would also like to thank you to our local partners from the Security Safety Partnerships. In Portuguese, we call it segurança, security groups, but security in Portuguese means safety and security, which for us it makes more and more sense because you really have to see it in the completed way. And for us, it's been very important to work with our partners, both from social organizations, from our citizens, from citizens and residents associations, from our municipal services colleagues. A special thanks for our colleagues from the municipal police officers and civilian staff. I'd like to thank to my amazing team, the prevention and security team that proves daily that the work between social sciences and policing really are important to stick together. And for last and the most important, to our community policing officers from the Lisbon Municipal Brigade, here represented by my colleague Emilia Oliveira from the team, that have an amazing work on the patrolling and working in partnership with the residents in the city, helping to make better and safer communities in Lisbon. For them is this award. Thank you.
Congratulations, Monica.
So, also congratulations from my side. And I think now it's time to move to the next category, which is the best freeware innovation. And the winner is CryptoPol.
Cryptocurrencies offer major potential for the global economy. At the same time, they offer criminals clandestine means for fraud and money laundering, and they are being used to facilitate the online trade of illicit goods and services. In response, Europol's European Cybercrime Centre have teamed up with Centric to develop CryptoPol. CryptoPol is an online cryptocurrency training game that helps law enforcement investigators understand how to trace and investigate cryptocurrency. The increasing need for law enforcement investigators to get trained on tracing cryptocurrency required a practical yet scalable training application. CryptoPol is a self-paced online resource for any law enforcement officer from the EU and Europol's partners. With CryptoPol, players get hands-on experience with cryptocurrency investigations. Solutions are presented in video demonstrations, and players can use different blockchain tracing tools for free. The 2019 version focused on Bitcoin, the then dominant cryptocurrency. However, in 2022, Bitcoin accounted for 19% of the total illicit crypto volume, down from 76% a couple of years earlier. This is why, in April 2023, CryptoPol 2.0 was launched. CryptoPol 2.0 now covers Ethereum, decentralized finance, non-fungible tokens, and much more. Play it now.
So again, many congratulations. I would like to welcome Professor Babak Akhar, who will receive the prize on behalf of CryptoPol. Babak. Ask Babak to give us a speech.
Right. It is truly an honor and privilege to receive this on behalf of CryptoPol team, my colleagues at Europol EC3, my colleagues at Centric, which without them we couldn't make this happen. I've written a speech, but I lost it on the way here, so I'm sure if somebody finds it, they can read it. CryptoPol, to me, is a true example of European security research in action. What we did with our colleagues in Europol EC3, we brought the fundamental aspect of cryptocurrency investigation to the advanced technological environment to create a game which brings research into operational reality. Sorry, this is too heavy. Finally, I want to thank all the colleagues who make this happen. As I said, I'm receiving this on behalf of my colleagues at Centric, EC3, and I would like to thank also DG Home to sponsor the original funding of this, particularly sorry, I get a heart palpitation. Particularly our colleagues who supported the previous founding projects and funding which led to creation of CryptoPol, namely OakMed and Unity, and the project officer who was involved in that, my good colleague Nada. Thank you all, and thank you for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Wonderful, Babak. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Babak. Again, congratulations. And then next
yes.
we can...
Now the most exciting moment of the day. The main prize of the Security Innovation Awards goes to TI for Dover.
Chemical disasters can happen. And when they do happen, you dispatch people to dangerous missions. Now there is a solution for unpredictable environments. T4I Dover, the flying chemical detector, calibrated in the field. T4I Dover, better, safer, faster. Designed to address all performance challenges, including altitude, temperature, and humidity. Seamless wireless alarms transmission to ground stations and crisis centers. mapping areas for toxics, remote toxics detection and monitoring. Go remote with confidence. T4I Dover. Inspect buildings with a powerful combination of thermal imaging and chemical detection. T4I Dover. Fortify your operational skills. Relearn the art of remote chemical detection.
So I would like to welcome the winner, Yorgos George Pallis, to hand in the prize. Congratulations.
So, it's actually quite heavy, you're right. It's a great privilege and honor to stand here in front of you and receive this award, this prestigious award on behalf of T4I Engineering. I must admit that I'm very happy and proud of our achievements, especially about this European Innovation Award. I'd like to thank the Security Research event organizers for making this happen, the European Commission for giving us the financial support and the opportunity to work together with experts across Europe, and companies, universities, research organizations, and practitioners to develop and further improve the performance characteristics of our technologies and products. I'd like to thank, of course, all colleagues and members of T4I staff for their hard work over the years. I must admit that this award is the result of effective and efficient teamwork. I'd like to share this award with Mr. George Psaras, a brilliant electronics engineer. George, if you'd like to step up, please do so. George is responsible for taking our very beautiful technical drawings and blueprints and transforming them into real-life, powerful analytical devices and systems. Of course, I would like to express our gratitude to our senior advisors and consultants, who are also mentors of the company, and for sharing their wisdom and knowledge over the years, and for supporting T4I, graciously, I would say, supporting T4I from our very beginning. Last but not least, I would like to thank my family, my wife and son, for their tremendous patience and support in this challenging professional endeavor. Thank you very much indeed.
Congratulations. And now I would like to invite Marta Sigan for a few words on the prize, on the Security Innovation Award. Thank you, Marta.
Thank you very much. Good day. Oh, that's not my speech. It's the speech of Cryptopol. Small joke. No, it's a good day, and really, I have to say, it's extremely nice to see you all in one place. Finally, after a certain time, we missed this event for some time, and here now we have our community, our really trusted community, and our friends of our community being in one place and discussing. It's really amazing. I am delighted to be here with you today, surrounded by some of the most innovative European Union-founded security solutions. There are people behind them. You have seen people on the stage, and they are much more. All those who have worked on those projects behind the scenes with commitment and dedication from various communities. Together with a group of experts, we have identified a number of truly outstanding projects. We have selected them by their capacity to ensure that the research and innovation outputs were able to reach the end users in the most efficient and effective way. It is therefore my greatest pleasure to grant these awards to you on behalf of the European Commission, exactly as a recognition of your excellent work that you conducted and the excellent results that you achieved. The Innovation Award is an opportunity to promote innovations based on the European Union-founded security research projects since 7th Framework Programme. It is an acknowledgement of those who have been able to get their innovations and research results to the market and to adapt them to support the very important work of our civil society and civil security authorities. Research takes time. It takes time to deliver, and it requires both planning and anticipation. Too often in the civil security domain, we are reacting to emergencies, be it a terrorist attack, be it at our external borders, or be it against organized crime groups. We must move from a reactive to a proactive approach in civil security. This is really a must. And we must be all together in the driving seat of the research and innovation cycle. Security research and other innovation activities are the tools which the European Commission deploys to provide a strategic knowledge to operational actors as well as policymakers at all levels. When looking at the current landscape of risks and vulnerabilities, we all can agree that one major challenge is to ensure technological capabilities and to allow for a closer multi-stakeholder cooperation. Innovative solutions like the ones that we have presented today are key to achieving both. Initiatives such as the Security Innovation Award are very useful to promote successful innovators that do contribute to a wider long-term planning process. This ensures the development of the needed and expected capabilities of tomorrow. And at the same time, these awards also help us to identify the factors which are indispensable for the successful uptake of the European Union-founded security research and innovation results. You all can count on us. You can count on the European Commission's commitment and dedication to support and promote great innovative solutions that come out of the European Union-founded security research, like the ones you have presented today. Now I am very close to the end, to my final sentence, which is a standard sentence to repeat congratulations and to wish us a wonderful continuation of the event. But I cannot prevent myself from using and referring to some of the things which you have already said in the morning session, as it was extremely interesting, and I had the chance to follow it in my way. They were very, very interesting discussions from which I found a lot of what I said before already in. And one of the very important things is that we are in a very special moment. It's the momentum for the civil security research. It's Europe. We want Europe that needs to do better. That's a quote from the discussion. It is in the context of upcoming institutional changes. It is in the context of sequence of various working programs. It is in the context of preparations to the framework program. It's a wonderful momentum to be catched in order to have Europe that can do better. We want common language, and you have seen in my preceding words how often I tried to use we have, we must, we should do things all together. If we don't do them together, I don't think we will be stronger, and I don't think we will succeed. So this is something which we all know and we try to do as a team, as every of these projects is a result of a team work. We want Europe to be in time, we want us to be in time, because if we are too late, the consequences are irreversible. A quote again. And this is very much true. And I think that, as I said before, the time matters, and hence our working methods, they also have to be adjusted, and we have to focus on planning and anticipation, and again, work together to ensure synergies and complementarities. And finally, the beautiful sentence I heard, it is about security of our homes. Indeed, it is about security of us, of our friends, families, of all people, of Europeans in the European Union, in the member states. It's security of our houses, it's security of our home, security of our Europe. I would like to congratulate to all of you for the debates and the winners for the prizes. I wish us a smooth and fruitful continuation of this very interesting event, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Now we go for a photo of the winners together with Marta. Are you okay? Yes. Now we go for a photo, a group photo of the winners. Yes, 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 sure. Yes. Here, no? In front of the seats, okay? Stefan, as you come to the corner. Yes, please. Okay. More? More. Congratulations. Congratulations to the winners. Let's see what will happen in the next edition of the Security Innovation Awards. And thank you, Marta, for the impressive speech. Thank you very much.
So I think the session is over. So we need to wait for the signal to start the next one. And now it's time to move to the thematic panels. I think after the main panel and also the very interesting awards we have seen and the inspiring talks, it's time to dive a little bit further in the challenges. So I would announce the title of the first thematic panel, which is Cascading Effects of Crisis, a New Challenge for Security Research, or just more of old troubles. Sounds very interesting, so I would like to welcome Isabelle Lindefertz on the stage. Isabelle will be the moderator of the panel. She is the head of Business Unit, Public Technology and Innovation Planning of Fraunhofer Institute for Technological Trend Analysis, INT. So, Isabelle,
Yes.
You can invite the speakers.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I can't see you anymore, but I think it's quite crowded, so that's good. Welcome to this panel, and let me introduce you to the excellent cast of it. And I will start with Annemiek Nillis. Annemiek, if you want to step up and come to the stage. Annemiek. Annemiek obtained a PhD in social science and technology, and after 10 years of working for different universities in the UK and in the Netherlands, she started working for the Dutch Safety Board in 2009, being responsible for the investigation in healthcare and crisis management. In 2014, Annemiek first joined the Ministry of Justice and Security as a director for protection and surveillance and protection of civil aviation of the National Coordinator for Security and Counterterrorism. You then joined, during the COVID crisis, the National Institute for Public Health and managing laboratories in the field of infectious diseases. And in 2022, you came back to the Ministry of Justice and Security to become the Director of Innovation, Strategy and Security, of Science and Strategy. So, welcome, Annemiek, again. We go on in our cast with Raphael Company. Raphael is, yes, thank you. Raphael is the Director of Safety and Security at the Valencia Port Foundation, which is a research and development center of the Valencia Port community, and he has a background in biology, chemistry, as well as in environmental health. He's a member of the Transport, Safety and Security European Group, TRANSEC, in which context he, e.g., cooperated on the ENISA guidelines on good cyber practices in cybersecurity of ports. And next to several other EU projects from the area of cybersecurity, critical infrastructure protection, resilience and hybrid threats along the supply chain, of course, he has been the coordinator of the EU project Sauron, which was on situation awareness solutions for protecting European ports, and he participates in Praetorian, which is a project on cascading effects and critical infrastructures. Welcome, Raphael. Next to our cast is Päivi Mattila. Welcome, Päivi. Päivi is the director of the Security Research Program at the Laurea University of Applied Science in Finland. And she's also the coordinator of EU HybNet, the network of practitioners on hybrid threats. And before joining Laurea University, she has acted as the head of project and development unit of the Crisis Management Center of Finland. And she also worked for the Embassy of Finland in Tel Aviv, and as well as in the Finnish Institute in the Middle East, both of them belonging to the Finnish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Welcome, Päivi. And last but surely not least, Michal Bijak. Michal is the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Biology and Environmental Protection, as well as the head of the Biohazard Prevention Center of the University of Łódź in Poland. He has been the coordinator of several EU-funded projects focusing on the response of CBRN threats and brings in his sound expertise in bioterrorism detection and countermeasures, e.g. as an evaluator for the Polish MOD, or as an expert in the interministerial task force to improve cooperation at scene of a CBRN attack. So you can see we have a very complementary cast to discuss the topic on cascading effects, and we'll looking at the clock and that we are the last ones before the lunch break, we immediately jump to the topic. So cascading effects are broadly understood as the dynamics present in a disaster in the aftermath of a physical event that generates a sequence of other events linked or dependent from each other, which will then have a physical, economical, or social disruptive effect. If we are looking at the title of this panel, is cascading effects, of course, always have been amongst the main reasons from an incident to become a crisis or a disaster, being it natural or man-made. So could you describe, Rafa, first, from your perspective, if and how the nature of cascading effect has changed over time? Yes.
Thank you very much, Isabel, and thank you very much for the invitation, and to Maite for this invitation for the stage today. So, well, about the cascading effects, we have here during the previous session, the previous round the table, different terms about climate change, digitalisation, pandemic, and so on. So, as per my background that I'm working at the port, I would like to comment my perspective for the supply chain, and particularly with the ports. So, well, we have commented about the digitalisation. So now we have a hyper-connected world. So everything is connected. So we are facing to new threats, to a new paradigm. In this sense, different platforms, we are connected with other ports, we are connected with different stakeholders. So in this sense, it's changing. It's changing. We have a new paradigm with new cascading effects that it's almost impossible to predict all these cascading effects. So in not only the digitalization, also we have enhanced the technologies. We know that we are developing technologies, all the year new technologies, and we are with the port of the future, we are with the smart ports, so we have implemented a lot of different sensors, so the automatization and so on. So we have the OT systems. So what happened with the cascading effects? So we have threats from the cyber and from the physical parts. So that is a new paradigm for us. So, and more, we are talking about the e-commerce. The e-commerce is changing the models. It's changing because at the end, ports are key actors of the supply chain, and we have to attend the society demand, when commercial trends and so on. So vessels are getting bigger. We have, for example, not only in goods, also the new sector of cruises. So it's we have a lot of benefits. We have a lot of opportunities. We save money, save times, increase productivity and so on, but we have new vulnerabilities. And this correlation with the different factors, the cyber, the physical, the bigger, that vessels that getting bigger, so a problem with a vessel, do you know about the Suez Channel? An impact in a big vessel has a major impact in a port, it has a major impact in the world. So these are changing all the time, and these are the most important part that we are facing at this moment. So for that, we have to know exactly what are the risks, and we have how to quantify them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Rafael. Michal, can you add on that from your perspective how cascading effects evolved over time? It should be activated, it's not?
Thank you, Isabel. I would like to thank you for the invitation for this security research event as a speaker. And from my perspective, I'm observing the changing of the cascading effects like evolution, because evolution is preparedness to the changing environment. And in each time, on whole time, we have the changing the environment of the crisis, of the incidents. First is the changing of the, I will say, response system, the changing the type of threats. For example, in the response system, very simple is observing the changes in the communication system. Mm-hmm. Yes, the evolution of overloading the information at the start of the incident of the service. They got a lot of different information from simple GSMs, yes, for the persons. And of course, GSM is the first which is cutting off during the incident. But we have too many informations, and the proper, I was selecting information by the service is a key to response. So this is one of the changes, the cascading action. Second, of course, is type of threats. Yes, in previous times, we were prepared mostly for the say crisis, natural disaster crimes or terrorists, but more traditional terrorists. including some explosive material. Now we are focusing as a whole EU, yes, so to new type of threat. For example, the CBRN threat, yes, the chemical, biological, and radiological threats, which are new type of threats where we need to be prepared to respond in different way than to normal threats. So this is the second, I would say, evolution. Of course, the preparedness. We have, for example, the preparedness to the CBRN is also evaluating in the time. The example of the sarin attack in Tokyo is a good example, because in this attack, the rescue service were not prepared to recognize any symptoms of use the chemical agents. And this was something like critical situation, because the most of injured people from this attack were from the security service and from the response service, not from the persons who were in the metro, but from the response service. Now, of course, the awareness is growing in the services, and I think during this type of action, the recognition of the symptoms or this type of attack will be better. The next great example of evolution of cascading and preparedness to cascading scheme of crisis is the COVID pandemic. In the start of the COVID, we have a lot of mess. Yes, nobody was prepared for this. Nobody knows how to use the PPE. Yes, even the simple FFP3 mask, or which type of medical intervention should be added, or type of quarantine. But during the next waves of the COVID, we have better response. We have the new knowledge how to react, and this cascading scheme for each wave was different. So, of course, this is in my opinion, evolution and which giving a preparedness to the new type of threat and the new environmental of response for this type of incidents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michal. Research shows that cascading effects are somehow more related to the scale of vulnerability rather than the scale of the incident in question. So in this context, how do you assess the role of citizens and, of course, also on security culture? It is not key to reducing many vulnerabilities and then avoiding cascading effects. Annemiek.
Thanks, Isabel, for the question and inviting me to this panel. I think I'm going to make a little detour before coming to your question. By training, I'm a social scientist of science and technology, and I'm always interested in how science and technology, but also our policies, what sort of effects they have other than what we thought they might have had. And I have a favorite example that I always use in the beginning of my talks to give a bit of a flavor of how you could look at new technologies and new sciences. And my favorite example is the development of the washing machine. I assume you all have a washing machine at home, but there was a time there were no washing machines. And when the machine was developed, the idea was that this would really bring a lot of, what's the word for it? It would make the work of housewives, because at that time it was mainly wives that did the washing, would make their lives really much more easy, because washing is quite laborious if you don't have a machine. And it sounds very logical, but then when you look at the history of what happened when the machine was introduced, it actually turned out that the norms of what we see as being proper, being clean, changed. So before introducing the washing machine, it was quite normal to wear your underwear 2 weeks, inside, outside, front and back. You could just move it 4 times. And nowadays, of course, everyone puts everything in the washing machine after a day. So the amount of work that we have due to on washing as a result of the washing machine has not been decreased. So it's interesting to see that we may have a certain idea when we introduce something. It may not always be the case that that's also the effect. Mm-hmm. So this is a bit of a cascading effect of introducing new technologies. Now, if you look at where we are today, and it has been pointed out in the previous panels, but also in the speaker just before this panel, we are living in a fast-changing world. If you look historically, in the last century, the electrification, the industrialization was, compared to where we are now, a rather slow process. So the whole digital transformation makes our world move fast. For us policymakers, that has a very challenging effect, that we want to make policy for the future, but that future is changing quite rapidly. So to come back to your question, the whole question of today is, of course, what does it mean for science and research? What do we have to do in terms of what is the research that we have to do? How do we make sure that we are equipped to that future? Coming back to your question about citizens and science culture, I think it has been mentioned before already. For me, it's evident that we need more research, that we need to do more prospective research in looking into the future, what will that future look like, and that we will co-produce the future with citizens, because we cannot do it without them. Going back to my washing machine, what we make, what we create, what we innovate, but also the policies that we make have an effect on people's life, and co-creation makes it more easy to foresee those effects.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Annemiek. And Michal, if you could add on that, and how far you think that society, or let's say a decrease of vulnerabilities amongst society, could support.
Yes, maybe I will give additional information from the side of the impact on the public of this crisis, because always during the crisis, during some incident, it is a disaster or it is a terrorist, we have response of the public, not only of the public which are directly involved on the situation, but always there is a lot of people which are also panic, which are not also directly involved, but we can say that there are something like indirectly involved in the crisis. So when we have the public panic, yes, this is one of the most problem for governmental, for other institutions which react and trying to resolve the problem, resolve the situation. Because, of course, during the people who are directly involved on the crisis, we have public panic, we can have additional injuries. Yes, we have problem with the evacuation, with the proper, I will say, decontamination, proper medical treatment of the people. And of course, when we have the persons who are not involved, but directly involved in this situation, but they are panic, we have additional, I will say, some task for the services. Because, give an example, yes, when we will have information that there is a bioterrorist attack in the one part of the city, I believe that in the second part of the city we will have a lot of people which will have the symptoms of the disease. So this is a problem. So we need to find the tools to increase the awareness of society, to increase the, I will say, thinking about that crisis is not 100% situation which will kill him. Yes, because this is also very simple thinking when they have information about some dangerous situation, that they will die. So we need to increase the awareness. We need to find the tools, maybe some innovative solution to impact on the whole society. This is I would say, big challenge for the local communities or governmental institution to give also them something like, let's say, good feeling about the situation, that they are able to organize everything well, that it will not be crisis or panic, but they are in whole time, everything will be under control. Mm-hmm. So this is my opinion about this, the impact of the society on this, this type of threat.
Very important aspect, I think, so to increase the knowledge on potential effects and how they could handle it, right? So if you're, for instance, living next to chemical industry or something, what could happen, what you should do, like taking a shower first, which would immediately decrease the effects on your body, right? So coming to the next question, from the perspective of critical infrastructures and talking about preparedness and so on, so how can you as a critical infrastructure prepare for a second or even third level effect, Rafa?
Since that is very difficult to know exactly how the propagation of the effects in a second or third level, we can do and we can be prepared. No? We can have a contingency plan. So the first would be to know exactly what could be the main risk and quantify that risk, as I said before. But here we are talking about other variables. Mm-hmm. We are talking about technology. Technology supports us in order to know exactly what is happening, monitoring the different effects that can occur in other stakeholders and so on. Policymakers also is important, regulation, and capacity building. So the awareness of people, of workers, is very important to know exactly what is the situation, what has been the risk, and that of these variables must be defined and used in order to respond and to mitigate in case of second and third levels propagation effects. But and in this regard, I would like to say that the best way to improve your response, to improve your methodology, is cooperating with other institutions, with organizations. So as I said, talking about the supply chain, we are in contact with other stakeholders. We are with different profiles, different entities, and so on. So the cooperation with them is important because at the end, the weakness link could be the worst in a cascading effect. So if we know exactly the risk, we have cooperation, we cooperate with this kind of stakeholder, it's quite useful in case of this kind of propagations. So participating, and I think an advantage is projects like from the European program, cooperating with other entities, technological, scientists, but also users are quite important for this kind of response against this kind of second and third levels that sometimes you don't know in advance.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. So this is for sure also then a challenge that should be implemented in security research, maybe from a research perspective, and of course also then from your perspective of the coordinator of EU HypeNet. How could you implement such something like this into an EU project? I mean, we are here at the security research event, so it's interesting to see how to operate that.
Thank you. Great question and pleasure to answer. So indeed, I'm bringing the hybrid threats into discussion and also as a solution for every one of us who are working in various security domains and also to the whole society. So I think what we really need is now to focus on hybrid threats when we talk about our preparedness and what will wait us after the first, second, and third level, and in the long time span as well. So we really need to emphasize what the hybrid threats are, and when we do know the main elements, how do they work and how they are built, then we can start to do our preparedness plans and also see how we need to have the cooperation when answering to them. So from the EU HypeNet project point of view, we of course recommend everyone to use the conceptual model, and nowadays the updated version is called core model. created by JRC, Joint Research Center, and then the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, Hybrid COE. So when we follow this model, we can identify or define what the hybrid threats are. So the hybrid threats are done by a state actor. Quite often it's Russia, China, or non-state actor like ISIS. And they are doing various activities in various domains in a long time span in order to harm the society, society's decision-making, and bring chaos and polarization into society. So when the adversaries, state or non-state actors, they do their plans, first of all, how to harm the society. They really plan. They see many domains. It has been identified 13 domains where the actions can take place. And then there are different means how to unstabilize the society. So the domains where the action can take place are infrastructure, space, cyber, culture, administration, information, and so on. And the activities that are planned, they can be cyber attacks, espionage, disinformation campaign, and so on, even riots. So what the adversaries are after are the vulnerabilities in these domains. So how to trick one domain, one challenge in one domain, for example, information, disinformation campaign, in order to create chaos in society, but also to affect other domains, for example, critical infrastructure protection and legal decision-making. The adversaries also try to find vulnerabilities, for example, how law enforcement authorities can act according to their mandate. What can they do for disinformation campaign? So then when we talk about preparedness for the second and third level is to see the big palette. So if you, for example, represent critical infrastructure, so what happens in information domain or space, so or legal domain, how it might influence you if some triggers are done there, so if some malicious actions are done there. So then you can have a bigger picture for the preparedness. And from the project point of view, I would recommend, of course, to have different type of scenarios, trainings there, and of course the practitioners, those who really are in responsibility of answering to this challenge, they should do the training scenarios and of course train. And as Rafa, you were saying, in cooperation with the others, because we cannot answer to the hybrid threats if we are not doing it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, doing
I
it.
would like, if,
yes, please, of course.
To add that we are talking about information, we are talking about technologies, but also it's quite important the resilience of the infrastructure is very important. In case of extreme weather, as we have commented this morning about climate change adaptation. So this kind of adaptation to the new area is quite important. So it's technology, it's people, it's information, and also how the infrastructure can be adapted to this kind of new extreme situation that is very often and now is more frequency than before.
Mm-hmm. Like flexibility is then in the core of resilience, let's say, to understand. To come back to that issue also on cooperation and the need for it, talking about research and so on, we learned this morning that security research is sort of still the new kid on the block or in the block. And actually security research has been initiated after the terrorist attacks in New York, in London, in Madrid, and so on, when Europe decided that it is, let's say, a broader perspective to the issue is needed and a more cross-cutting, interdisciplinary perspective. From cascading effect, it also has gained more attendance, let's say, after some disruptive effects when the world learned more on the disruptiveness of cascading effects. I'm talking about the Icelandic volcano, for instance, in 2010, where the eruption actually didn't cause so much direct effect, but the ash cloud left like 8.5 million people stranded somewhere around. And of course, there was this earthquake in Japan in 2011, which also had like rather small physical effect, and only 100 people died, but then there was 18,000 people dying after the tsunami, which resulted from it, and not to mention, of course, the nuclear melting in Fukushima. And the cascading effects went on, let's say, down to decisions for, like in Germany, for phasing out nuclear energy way ahead schedule, actually. So talking about those cross-sectoral characteristics of cascading effects, where you really need to bring into all those different disciplines. Do you think it is so far well enough reflected in Cluster 3, in secure societies? Or is there any instrument missing or any funding mechanism that you would like to see to further improve this, Päivi?
Thank you. Happy to continue. So indeed, the cascading effects, of course, they can start from the nature-based activities, and from the hybrid threats point of view, once again, the adversaries are really keen to benefit on them. So if it serves their malicious actions, they will really benefit on, perhaps add more disinformation campaigns, perhaps make cyber attacks that certain authorities cannot work, information flow doesn't work, and so on. So I really would love to see in the future research, more paying attention to this hybrid threat phenomenon and cascading effect, so both of them. And in Cluster 3, Civil Security for Society, so for example, see hybrid threats as a new program area, like it was done in cyber. This is a very bold statement and very future-looking as well. Or if this is something that cannot be done for budget reason, at least see the hybrid threats put under each of the present areas, so border management, infra, cyber, FCT, because then we can really have the bigger picture how hybrid threats can be tackled and how the cascading effects might not get that big influence eventually in society, and how to be better prepared for them. And one thing more, thinking out of loud and bold, so there's of course SSRI part in Cluster 3 program, so perhaps there could be an open call to hybrid threats and then focusing on some of the security area. I believe that we should not be in silos, but have the cooperation between different areas of research and domains. So perhaps this kind of open call could be a solution for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Päivi. Annemiek, can you add on that, or are you missing anything on the Cluster 3 with regard to implementing this?
Well, if it's really missing, I'm not sure, but I think you mentioned a number of examples of disasters that we had in the past few years. And I think what we are generally rather good at is to pose the question, what did we learn from those?
Exactly.
And from those lessons, what do we have to do tomorrow? But I think, and this follows up on what Päivi is saying, what our real challenge is not so much what did we learn from previous disasters, but how do we make disaster management more resilient towards a future that is partly unknown. And I think that's also, if you think from my perspective, from the government perspective, that is quite a crucial, but also a very difficult question. And that's for two reasons. So we are involved in setting the agenda for the program, for Horizon Europe or any other program, in terms of what are the questions that need to be addressed. If you think about the time frame, the moment we do that, it takes about 1 to 2 years before the proposals are put into place, and it takes about 3 to 5 years until we have the results. So it means we have to pose questions that really are relevant 8 years in time from now. And as most people know, ministries are not very good at posing questions about that future because we live by today. So I think what the researchers, and I think the program could help us with, is two things. That is to imagine or help us think about scenarios of what the future looks like. I think we could do more to do that together. And the second one is, I do believe it would be good if we do have more short-term research opportunities, and that has to do with very questions that come up, questions that we get during the time of the framework, which are important, but where it takes too long to follow the whole procedure and sort of, get them answers in 8 years' time. So I would be interested to see if we can do something like a more short-term questions and setting up research.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Of course, especially the more, let's say, foresight-related perspective, that is really a core issue when talking about research. Like, of course, it can be one way to also implement short-term, let's say, projects and so on as well. But in generally, to understand that research is nothing that can deliver solutions within the next few months or something, so that you need time and that you need, as you said, raise questions with a view to the future, let's say. And also to come back to what Rafa initially said, so you can't prepare for all the disasters that are out there, but you can try to at least increase the resilience of your tasks and of your capabilities. So to come back to the capability-driven approach, which is finally implemented into security research as well, to go for multi-risk and multi-hazard approach, let's say, and then to raise questions. We talked a lot about megatrends in the morning, for instance, as well. So talking about digitalisation, civil society, climate change, and so on, and what this would cause our mandate, or how that would influence the task according to our mandate, right? So, and how we can prepare to that. That would be at least already a first step. Nevertheless, talking about the vast amount of potential causes that can bring a disruptive result, let's say, to things. Is it still possible or needed to distinguish between causation and correlation, actually, considering this large number of crisis events? Rafa?
Absolutely, it's crucial to know the causation. Because it's the root, no? The origin of, in terms of cascading effect, it's the origin, the root of the where start effects. So it's very important to analyze exactly what are this causation and what is the propagation, or what kind of effects you have in the cascading effect. So it's quite important to analyze well and to assess what could be, when we are talking about risk, to analyze exactly what are the main risks that can create these causations in order to, and how are propagated to the in our case that I'm talking about along the supply chains. So, for example, a bad storage of chemical products could be a causation. A problem in the infrastructure, a big transport infrastructures could be the causation. So the idea is analyze this. It's very important to the differentiation between both of them, and then analyze from the first or from the root how it's being propagated, what are the main effects, and who are the main stakeholders affected by these effects. So from my point of view, this would be one of the main important concepts, or main important keys that we have to analyze when we prepare this kind of preparedness plans, the contingency plan, how to respond, and this is the main factor that we have to analyze. So, yes, absolutely.
It's still needed. Michael, would you agree to this, or?
Yes, I agree with that, but at the first I would like to define which is causation and correlation. Because in my opinion, the causation is the one big event, which is, of course, opening the cascading scheme and the crisis. The correlation are the small incidents which together can be a crisis. So, for example, I think the causation, we were not able to predict this. For example, if we have car accidents with the chlorine, yes, with a large truck with the chlorine. We are not able to predict. Of course, we know the roads or something like that, but we are not stopping this. In the case of correlation, these are small gaps, I think, in the security system, in the training, in the awareness, or even, for example, the procedures, which together can give us some incident, some crisis. So we are able to prepare for the correlations, for the small, I would say, gaps, and we need to eliminate that. But for the incident, for the causation, for the large-scale incidents, we are not able to prevent them, but we need to know how to respond. So this is, in my opinion, two different ways of action. For the small, I would say, small gaps, we need to resolve this problem, and we can prevent the crisis situation. But in case of large-scale causation, we are only able to properly respond. And this is what Rafa said. We need to have response plan, we need to have special dedicated teams, well-trained teams, and a lot of procedures. But this is, in my opinion, two separate, I would say, type of projects, of type of thinking. Yes, and in this way, I think that we should go.
Thank you very much, Annemiek and Rafa, of course. If we take Cascades seriously, it will be very expensive, I guess. How much is safety worth? How can we, as a state or as a society, as a company, make decisions, since we cannot prepare for all cascades, as we just heard, but we can at least mitigate the effects. So how do we decide what is more essential than others? Annemiek.
I hoped Rafa was going to answer this first, but I think this is a pretty difficult question. Perhaps it's impossible to answer. And it has to do, of course, with risk acceptance in the first place, but also, do you know the risks that you face? And I think it also comes down to, like you say, scarce resources. So it's also very much a political question. To be honest, I think the real question here is, this is a dilemma for any of us who has to make a decision about where to invest and what not. And I think crucial to dilemmas is the fact that only afterwards you can say whether you made the right choice or not. And just to give you one very simple, well, not simple, to give an example, in the Netherlands we had some serious floods in the late 90s. And after those floods, we started a serious program where over several hundred kilometers, we decided to move people away from the rivers and to give the rivers space when floods would occur. So this was a huge investment. Also, it was done with the help of civilians, so it was very much co-produced by all the neighboring villages close to the river. I'm not sure about the cost, but somebody told me it was like €1 million per meter or something in that order. So huge investment. But of course now, with the benefit of hindsight, we know that the quite recent floods that occurred in Germany were they had a lot of casualties. Actually, in the Netherlands, they didn't have so many casualties for one reason, because of this whole program. So afterwards, we can say it's a rather good investment. But of course, it's very difficult to say that in advance. So I think that's going to be my answer. Very difficult question.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's especially the comparison between the Netherlands and Germany is quite interesting. For instance, when it comes to, you mentioned in the beginning, risk awareness, knowing the risk and being aware of it as citizens, let's say. For instance, your dakes, of course, they can't, they will never be 400% safe, let's say. So, but to communicate that there's a risk remaining, that it will be possible that they break, and then there will be a flooding. I mean, you're country mostly below sea level, so it's something that you communicate. And while at least my perception in Germany is that we always keep on, there's something like 100% safety, which is for sure not true. So we are not prepared to any incident, and that brings back what Michal also mentioned, to avoid the panic situation and things like that, that you are, let's say, prepared to the risks that are out there, and to be able to cope with them. Yeah, interesting. Rafa, from a company, that's probably also another...
Yes, I agree with you that it's a critical question. So it's a dilemma, because when we are talking from government's point of view, from private companies, so indeed the safety the word is high. So, but sometimes you say, well, I have to invest money in security, in safety of my company. So private companies are very interested in that. But we have to balance also, because it's depending. Do we have to achieve a sustainable decision between the different parts? Because if you have to invest more as a company in security and safety, but the productivity is less, then you have to balance this question. So here is when the public and private institution has to find this regulation. However, we have commented about the preparedness plan. So this kind of plan is to narrow down the little bit of risk, so we can focus on different risks and so on. But this is a critical question, because it's not easy to have an answer. But I know that in case of an accident, of an attack, the price is higher than the investment that you have to put on a company, on institution, on a city. So that is the conclusion, that at the end, we have to be ready to try to be as much as possible, because the higher of, in case of an accident or this kind of incidents, is higher than the investment that you can do.
Mm-hmm. This ultimately actually leads to our next question, talking about risk management and so on. Recently, the EU has published quite some directives and regulations, for instance, the directive on the resilience of critical entities, the directive on measures for a high common level of cybersecurity across the Union, and the regulation on digital operational resilience for the financial sector. What do you think is the role of those directives and regulations in supporting preparedness to cascading effects, Annemiek?
Well, I confess, when you send those questions to me, you also send the link to those directives. I can't see the audience, but I would be really interested in who has read all those directives. Because I opened them, and it was 180 pages in total. And that's my point. It's very good they are there, because they set the agenda of things that are important. We're talking about cybersecurity, critical infrastructure, the financial sector, very critical sector. So very important they're there. Very important they give us a frame of what we want to sort of get as a result. Mm-hmm. But of course, it's paper. And we have a saying in Dutch that is, paper is very, very patient. So I see them as agenda setting for further research. I see them as an agenda setting for where do we need to invest in terms of, if we want to get those results, if we want to improve critical infrastructure, if we want to improve cybersecurity all over Europe, what do we need to do in terms of science and innovation?
Yeah.
So I hope that's what they function for as well, and that they are being introduced in that sense in the framework.
Yeah, indeed. It will be interesting to see how this will also be then implemented on national level, and how these long, let's say, regulation and texts are translated, and if they are really that complementary and on purpose, and if there are, let's say, handy instructions with it. Päivi, do you want to add on that?
Yes, thank you. When you were sending us the directives, CR and NIS2 and cyber directive. So yeah, I'm familiar with this. I've been reading them. So I think they're nicely complementary, especially NIS2 and CR directive, critical entities resilience. And I welcome that. I think it's wonderful to see complementary directives. It gives more strength to the preparedness. It gives more guidance and also way forward in planning. But when we are talking about preparedness of cascading effects, so then if we go back to these two directives, CR and NIS2, so they are to tell when there's an attack and it is cross-border and not only harms the organization in a member state, but also affects to the other actors in other member states. So then it will be alerted. And of course, there's a preparedness measures in order to avoid this kind of cases. But what I would love to see is more emphasis to the preparedness, that these cases would not happen. So then the directive would not be, needed to be there, that we would be so well prepared for attacks that they would not cause this major disruption. And what is also there in order to avoid cascading effects are the hybrid threat elements, like disinformation campaigns, priming, and such an actions that can tell for example, critical infrastructure operator that something might be coming, but perhaps it's not coming now, perhaps it's coming in 2 months or not at all, but the adversaries are testing the vulnerabilities. So this kind of preparedness measures could be perhaps more emphasized in order to avoid also the cascading effects. Yeah, so I think I stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I see the first questions popping in from our hybrid event on the slide, but I first would like to finalize with our last question. Considering the upcoming work program starting in 2025, what are in your opinion, is there any topic that you have in your mind that should be solved by research and development in the upcoming years to support this mentioned preparedness we talked a lot about? Is there anything that should be integrated into Cluster 3? I will start with Michal.
Okay, thank you, Isabel. I think that we need to resolve some problems which are observing during some, I would say, exercises, yes, large scale, or real actions. First, I think the technical topic dedicated for the communication system, because we have a lot of different system of communication. We have, of course, the GSM, which is good, but not working well during the crisis situation because it's overloaded. We have the typical radio communication system, but it is not connected with the, for example, police or law enforcement system. Each services working on different, I will say, channels. There is a problem with the communication between the civilian security service and the law enforcement. For example, in Poland, we have also a problem to communicate between firefighters and police officers. They communicate by GSM, not by radio, because they have other channels. So I think that we should try to create some joint or standardization communication systems. I know that there will be a lot of problems because in police we have something like coding system, but maybe some additional, I would say, channels which will be good for the communication, not coding communication between civilian services, other services and law enforcement. So this is one of the needs which I observed during my experience. Second, I would say the topic can be related with the autonomous triage system. Because during the mass scale event, always the problem is that we have too small number of medical services than injured people or casualties. So some remote, sensing from distance which can make the first triage and help the medical service to respond in the large scale action will be also great. So I think that this is these two proposals from my side.
Okay, perfect. Päivi.
Okay, and I continue then. Yeah, I also have two proposals, but the first one is divided to the sub-chapters, so to say. So when we talk about the cascading effects, once again, so I come to the hybrid threats and how the different adversaries' actions are interlinked, and they really want to harm then eventually the society, like there is action of cyber attack, real act against critical infrastructure, then disinformation campaign in order to harm the decision making in the state and create chaos among the citizens. They don't know what to do, and can they trust that authorities can work and handle the situation? So I would love to see more focus on hybrid threats in future research, and I have 3 ideas that could be way forward. And one is a topic dedicated to the different areas of European Union. So how hybrid threats take place in different regions of European Union and in different member states. We have a cultural background that varies a little bit. So the adversaries are benefiting on this. Of course, we have different ways to operate in our countries, you know, how the structures have been arranged. So it would be wonderful to learn how in different kind of regions the adversaries use different kind of means, and there are people who are doing this. So the bad guys are also lazy. If they have a good practice, they are using it everywhere. So to find a fingerprint, and then if we share this information, we can try to find the fingerprints and then also start to plan coherent actions that we can prevent these malicious actions to take place in various parts of Europe. So that would be one. And then the second would be future scenarios. We really much need the foresight. So what would be the doomsday scenarios and the future solutions, technological or non-technological solutions to cover these future scenarios? I mean, what could be the solutions? So it would support us also to develop the technology in that way that it will really support our security practitioners to have the best of the novel technology, but also to see what are the vulnerabilities in this modern technology. So it would go hand in the discussion between security practitioners and then the industry and SMEs, and we would have the European solutions for European security practitioners. And then the third is related to the tools. So, of course, our security authorities and practitioners need tools to answer to the hybrid threats. So, and we should have a toolbox. So it would be great to have scenarios where different types of tools that really seem to answer to the practitioners' needs are tested. They are seen that they're complementary. So then there would be this kind of technological toolbox for different type of security authorities' needs to answer hybrid threats. Okay, this was the first one, and then I go to the second, very short one. So I was reading the draft of the 2025-2027 program, and I really like the quick and dirty part, so to say, under SSRI. So there is plan 2 years, maximum 2 million project proposal funding, especially SMEs should be involved. So I think it's great to open perhaps it as an open call. So many commission-funded security projects are delivering wonderful results. So under this call, you could announce like this is the next step forward and have the technological solution, for example, TRL level 8 or 9. Or then it could be a blue paper research that in our, you know, if you're coming from a certain research project, this is from our research, the next step to take, but we need to write a blue paper out of it. So what the technological could be, TRL 4, 6, and so on. So that is what I really much want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Päivi. Rafa.
On this way, I would like to point out, as a first bullet, like how to enhance the resilience of the different infrastructures. The critical infrastructure, but not as individual organization or as an individual infrastructure, is the interconnection between all of them. So apart from that, it's important the standardization. So when we cooperate with first responder practitioners, sometimes that is the main barrier or the bottleneck, that different communications, different systems. So the idea of this kind of standardization, it would be very useful in order to, because at the end, it's very important to have or to develop drills, simulation drills, in order that it's like a training session in order to respond against this kind of effect from the cascading effects. So the standardization is key, because it's a key question, because they have to cooperate in order to mitigate the effects that can be from these cascading effects. And the third one will be to involve the vicinity also, how to involve the vicinity. So in many projects, we talk about early warning systems. So this is an important topic, because at the end, for example, in my example as a port, we have a vicinity, so an accident, an incident in a port has an important effect in the vicinity. So this kind of awareness of trainings to participate in different simulation drills is quite important. So these are the main 3 points that I would like to present here.
Thank you very much. Yes, this broader picture and that systemic perspective on it, and really to incorporate all actors and potential receivers of cascading effects, of course, is simply the core of it. Yes, Annemiek, please. Do you have any topic in your mind that we would love to see in the program?
Perhaps not necessary topics, but I think I have 3 points as well. And one is following up on Rafa's comment. We are talking about cascading effects of crisis, and we're trying to do research and innovation on that topic for the future. So because that future is fastly changing, I think our challenge really is to use as much research as we can. So we should do more research. I think that's quite crucial. We need research to be prepared for that future. And what we want to do for that future, of course, is to make sure that we are resilient to any sort of crisis, because crises, as have been said by several of my colleagues on this panel, are more complex, are more combined. Cascading effects are quite broad. So we need to do more research. We also, like Rafa is saying, need to include more parties to come to the right solutions, or if you may call them solutions. But this has to do with the cascading effects that we do not, prior to the crisis, really know. So we should involve as many parties as possible. I quite like the frame, getting the whole system in the room. So then I'm talking about citizens, but also people who are actually active firefighters, police people, who are working in the field, as much as researchers and people from governments. And the last one is, I'm just going to make this point again, because repetition is very good, I've always been taught. I think it's good to do also short-term research and short-term calls that we can do on the basis of incidents or very urgent questions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Actually, now we are done with our official part, let's say, or with the prepared questions, and I would now open the floor to the audience. Is there, maybe start with the room, or I can also then start with the questions on the Slido. Is there any question within the room? Yeah, it's also here. So the first one is actually a follow-up question. It's interesting, how to deal with the cascading effects actually of the preventive and defensive measures. So I recall Pavey is already, okay, I don't need to introduce that, please, Phoebe.
Thank you. I noticed the question some time ago, and I think it's fascinating, but you need to have some cases. So, for example, in a case of disinformation campaign, you need to pre-bunk it. So when you notice that there's a disinformation campaign spreading in your country or certain countries, you need to identify what it is and you need to know what are the right measures to tell for the citizens correct information, tell that you are now under this information campaign. So to react, do know how to react, that your message is heard out of this disinformation campaign. So, and this might then prevent more cascading effects to come, to have greater chaos in society and so on. So, indeed, in a case of this information campaign, we do have some tools in Europe. EAS, Stratcom is developing then FIMI data space and tool sets, so there are already measures what can be taken in order to prevent the false information to spread that is in deliberate way to shared to the citizens.
Okay. Anyone else wants to add on that? I think it's especially on the open and transparent communication on your measures, right?
And from my perspective, I think that we need also performing something like gaps analysis, because each type of crisis, yes, each type is different. So to creation the preventive measurements, we need to define what is the critical during this crisis and which steps of cascading situation we will have. So the analysis of different scenario, analysis of the gaps in preparedness, and then the different measurements which will give us possibility to respond or preventive this situation.
Okay. Okay. I think I go over to the next question then, which is what about the involvement of citizens? How can we make our society more resilient on cascading effects of crisis? I think we discussed that already. Do you want to add on that? Or, I mean, it's a lot about risk awareness and being better prepared and to avoid people of panicking, but I think especially on that disinformation aspect and to prevent radicalization and things like that, there's also, I mean, it's a broad topic, but Päivi, you want to start here?
Yeah, so I think citizens are in the core role when we talk about hybrid threats, how the adversaries want to trick citizens to actually amplify the crisis or the create the cascading effects. So if we can tell from the research side what the disinformation campaigns do mean or what the hybrid threats are, so when the citizens do know that they are under influence, they can then react to that on their own and not to amplify the situation. So we need to share more information. And then from security practitioners' side, so of course share information as well in order to control the situation. So yeah, here I just underline information sharing in every level of society for the citizens so that we can secure them.
Annemiek, you wanted to?
Yeah, I'm quite pleased with this question because we often say we need to involve citizens. But I think it would be good if in the next framework we would actually make that more explicit, a requirement, because we know from a lot of policy, we know from a lot of studies, it's quite difficult to do it really well and to do it in a way that we really listen to them. So I see that also as something for the program, as a requirement.
Yeah, it's definitely
co-creation.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that what we can or could witness in recent years, the rise of the SHH science into security research, being the citizen as actually the final end user and recipient of our solutions is really something that is, let's say, it's a very positive development, that it is becoming more and more crucial to implement them, really also as part of the research and in the test and demonstrating activities as well to see their reaction and everything. Next on my list is how can we do more to involve critical infrastructure operators in future security research, Rafa? What do you need to do even more?
I understand the question because it's difficult.
Yeah.
To bring this kind of operators in many projects is enough difficult. So we have in contact with some of them, but when you contact with a new one, sometimes the word critical they thought that they cannot share information, that they have to share information in the programs and so on, and sometimes this is like a barrier, no, a constraint for cooperating with them. So it's not easy, but as far as I know, during different simulation drills, during cooperation and workshops, we have invited this kind of operators, and they know exactly what is happening, that they know exactly the useful of the different technologies, the cooperation with others. So it's step by step, because I understand that it's not easy. Some of the critical infrastructures are cooperating in many projects. So, and we know them, but others are, they are not afraid of their participation in this kind of projects. But I think that the best way to bring them to the different programs to participate, because they are essential in these projects, is to invite and to attend the different workshops, events, and so on, in order to show and to provide them the different tools, the useful of this kind of cooperation activities that is good for everybody. Because at the end, when we talk about large scale, we are cooperating that the effect is affect to everybody. So we have to involve to the different critical infrastructure, not 1, 2, or 3, all the large different infrastructures. And indeed, in our participation, not only in the same country, so crossing this kind of boundaries, with the different sectors, with the different critical infrastructures, is a good way to participate in different streets and events.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope this will help, let's say, some consortia to gather some more critical infrastructure providers into security research projects. The order keeps on changing, but I simply go to the top then. We can learn from past events and experiences of responders. Impact change can be worked out in collaborative sessions to be better prepared for complex disaster. I think this is this a question, or is this?
Can I make a comment on it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. I once worked for the Dutch Safety Board, and the Dutch Safety Board did research into disasters and incidents. And when COVID-19 started, my initial thought was, I hope this time, for the first time, this board will actually go and do research on everything during this crisis that goes very well. Because I think resilience, in the end, is also something that happens in crises that we haven't seen before. And I would have loved to see that someone would have done an evaluation of everything that went well. Where did we show as a society resilience? What did it mean to be resilient in a crisis that we had never seen before? What was it that civilians did that made them strong and resilient? I think it will be interesting not only to evaluate what went wrong, but to also focus on what went well in terms of resilience and future crisis.
That's an interesting aspect, actually, to see also to do good and also to talk about it. If we only focus on the bad news, it's also something doing with the society. For instance, in Germany, we managed to cope quite well with the lack of gas supply last winter. And so it worked out well with the measurements that have been taken, but nobody is saying, yeah, we did it right. So it was always, back then, it was like, you're prohibiting everything, and it's not possible what you do, it's completely ridiculous, and it worked. So it's an interesting aspect. To come to a question which I find also very interesting is, do system interoperability will remove cascading effect during crisis? Pepe.
Rafa, do you want to start?
Well, I believe that the interoperability give us the option to anticipate to these cascading effects. So we have more information, so we anticipate to this kind of effects. So in some terms can be removed part of this cascading effect. So in this the connection and the communication with the system that they are informing or providing you the information can be reduced and can be mitigate the cascading effect. In my opinion, I think that it's good because sometimes you need a system to predict, but when the cascading effect is ongoing, then you need to know exactly how to anticipate to the next level, to the second, the third, and the different propagation along the supply chain.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, I do believe that interoperability of systems will remove cascading effects during crisis. If you don't need to follow radio and some other platform and a third and fourth platform and then try to build a situational awareness picture. So it will really help if the tools are having the interoperability between them so that you can count on the alarm that it's real there's analysis behind, and not that you have many different systems delivering information and you need to analyze it on your own and see what is taking place, and especially if it's a sudden crisis and plenty happens at the same time, so that you can count that, okay, this is now the latest information if it's coming from one or two sources and not from 5 that to follow at the same time. And then if we go back to the hybrid threats, so when we talk about how the hybrid threats are formulated, how the adversaries are doing different means in a long time span in various domains like cyber attacks, amplifying riots, having disinformation campaigns, having attacks to different critical, for example, operators and so on. So when you can connect these dots together, you start to see that, there is now a pattern, or there's now something boiling and going on. So it really helps if there is interoperability between systems that are supporting delivery of information from different domains.
Yeah, like Michal.
I have some opposite side for that, because I think that each crisis will have cascading scheme. Even when we have good interoperability, we can reduce the impact, because the crisis is something like life organized. We have steps by step. Of course, we always, during this type of action, we have some unpredictable situations. Mm-hmm. Of course, if we have different organization units, well communicated and good cooperated, the impact will be minimal, but always will be something which give us minor, or I hope only minor, crisis.
Okay. Okay. I think that's quite a nice word in the end. And actually, I would hand over. Thank you, everybody. I think the last question was already answered by Päivi and Annemiek on the effects of, or on what should be implemented into the security research program. So thank you all for your very valuable inputs and insights, and from your sound perspective. And I hand over back to Maite, and to leave you into the lunch break, finally.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you, and the brilliant speakers for this so interesting first thematic panel. And congratulations, and I think it was very interesting to listen to you about these cascading effects. Now we go for a well-deserved lunch break. The lunch will be a walking lunch at the exhibition area on the -2 floor. And during this break, we will have also the opportunity to see 2 demonstrations of a couple of projects prepared by Spanish and Swedish colleagues at the small auditorium inside the ground floor, well, the floor on the second exhibition area. And we will be back here at 3:30 p.m. So enjoy the walking lunch, and see you later. Thank you.
So, welcome back to the conference. I hope you enjoyed the lunch and also the very interesting demonstrations and the exhibition. Always this is the most difficult time after lunch, but I'm sure the topic of the thematic panel will be very interesting. So, Maite?
Thank you, Stefanos. Welcome back to the auditorium. I would like to announce the second thematic panel, which is going to take place this afternoon. The title is Participative Resilient Citizens as Owners of Their Own Security and as Contributors to EU Societal Resilience. And it will be moderated by Yvonne Herrera. Welcome, Yvonne. You can go on stage. Thank you. Yvonne Herrera is senior scientist at NTNU Social Research and former president of the Global Resilience Engineering Association. Yvonne, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gott termiddagen. Buongiorno. I will ask the panelists to come to the floor, please. I am very honored to participate in this panel, Participative Resilience, Citizens as Owners of Their Own Security and as Contributing to European Research. So we are talking about resilience, and we should all be ready for surprises, and then we have the idea to ask everyone to stand up, please. So we have a nice yoga position that is called Miracle Bend. So we are going to do it 3 times. So it's like that. You put your arms like that. Down. And up. Three. So thank you very much. So the session will be conducted as follows. I will introduce the topic, I will introduce the panelists, and we have one question that we are asking to everyone. We want to take advantage of the collective intelligence that we have in the room, so we will really appreciate that you answer the question and also be proactive and ask questions. So take responsibility of the session. So participative resilience, the CERIS group, we have a meeting in Toulouse in May. And in the Toulouse Forum, they have a lot of interest and lack of contacts by the elected members of the City Council about resilience and how involve citizens. So they are very motivated to involve more citizens in future research programs. All the DRS projects address a whole society approach, address transdisciplinary research, and involve end users. The panel of participative resilience will look at the role of the citizens, not only as a beneficiary, but also as an active contributors and builders of security and resilience. The panel will look at the role of citizens, local communities and societies in prevention, preparedness, and response, and also the impact of the crisis. Oops, sorry. So regarding preparedness and response, the discussion will include the role of the citizens in current and future scenarios regarding risk and the resilience assessment, capacity building, and empowerment. It could include also cooperation between practitioners, citizens, and the whole society. And response will include community policing, resistance to misinformation, and better ways to address vulnerability in acute situations. When we look at the impact, we can discuss also aspects that can affect societal resilience, what conditions affect societal resilience, such as trust, inequalities, better crisis management, a stronger involvement of the communities in crisis management. So how citizens and society could and should engage more into European civil security research and innovation, and how this could improve the European capabilities for security and resilience. So we have 3 different fantastic panelists for this session, and I will tell you a little bit about the background because they have done very cool things that we can all be inspired. So we have first Christina Andersson. She is a risk communication strategist at the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency. Christina has a background as a journalist and has worked in risk communication. And she has introduced the, I have it here? Okay, I don't have it now. So she has introduced the subject that was shown this morning. She introduced the subject of risk communication in the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency, and she prepares the Swedish Preparedness Week, and also was manager of the booklet that was shown this morning. This booklet was distributed around all the households in Sweden. So Christina will be a project manager of a new project, Prepare EU pilot, addressing the Union disaster resilience goal in risk awareness and preparedness. After Christina, we will have Christina will look at the individual approach to society resilience, and then we have Dr. Huberto Del Prato that works as risk and development manager at Web Genesis, and Humberto is a nuclear engineering with more than 25 years experience. He has coordinated many different EU projects, among those REACT and REACH, reaction to emergency alerts using voice and clustering technologies, and extension of the 112 services to persons with disabilities. One thing that is also very relevant for this audience is that he is the scientific coordinator of the project that is called Resilog, that is Resilient Europe and Societies by Innovating Local Communities. And now we go from the local perspective and local communities, we go to a more societal perspectives and policy, and then we have Ruth Bermejo Casado, that she is an associate professor in politics and public policies at the Rey Juan Carlos University at the Faculty of Law and Political Science. She's a director of MA in criminal profiling, and she is the academic secretary of the Good Governance Observatory. Her research focuses on justice and home affairs of policies in Europe. So we are very fortunate that we are going from the micro individual to local communities to a macro and the policies, and I will give the floor to the speakers to have this discussion. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. As my colleague and keynote speaker Svante Varger mentioned this morning, Sweden and MSB sent out the leaflet If Crisis or War Comes to all households in 2018. One important goal with the content of this leaflet was to convey a sense of inclusion. We do this together, national agencies, local municipalities, civil society, companies, and everyone who lives in our country. Everyone is needed, and everyone has a responsibility to contribute and is a resource when something threatens us. After Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine in February 2022, the demand for the leaflet increased enormously. It showed that even 4 years after we distributed it, it was still in people's minds. We were grateful to have it then as an important and useful source of information to our citizens. A basis for creating commitment and participation in the work with our preparedness is to have an ongoing dialogue with our citizens. Being as open as possible with information about what threatens us, what citizens can do to strengthen their own preparedness, and what responsible authorities are doing. But even more important, create arenas, digital and physical, for dialogue and participation. Europe is facing simultaneous and cross-border risks, including the effects of climate change, natural hazards, and conflicts. Demand for assistance from the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, UCPM, has been particularly high in recent years. Between 2020 and 2022,
the UCPM was activated over 320 times inside and outside the European Union. This is 5 times more than the average the previous 10 years. The European Commission and the EU member states have jointly identified 5 key areas where we must work together to do more to prevent and prepare for disasters. One of the key areas is to increase risk awareness and preparedness of the citizens. That is goal number 2 of the Union Disaster Resilience Goals, Prepare, with a flagship initiative, Prepare You, a pan-European awareness program for disaster resilience. The Commission notes that, and I quote, "With the support of the Commission, Member States should step up public communication efforts to bring disaster prevention and preparedness to the everyday life of citizens and promote civil engagement and voluntary-based initiatives for disaster prevention and preparedness. Member States should cooperate as regional with local, should cooperate as appropriate with local and regional authorities, partners including the private sector and the civil society organizations, also in a cross-border context," end of quote. At the beginning of next year, the EU project Prepare You pilot will start, which will propose and test a model for the introduction of a joint EU risk communication activity to increase the population's risk awareness and preparedness. Sweden and MSB are lead in the project together with Norway, Spain, and Belgium. And I have the honor to be the project manager. Several countries in Europe today are highly committed to creating a culture of preparedness and a culture of resilience, which includes making individuals and communities well prepared to cope with today's and future risks and crises. A preparedness culture is founded on the shared understanding that disasters and crises will occur and that every person has a responsibility to prepare for and respond appropriately to these incidents. But the preparedness culture means also that questions about risk awareness and preparedness must become part of our daily lives. It needs to be the new way of living in our societies, alongside with a new mindset, a mindset of preparedness. In Sweden, since 2017, we have an annual preparedness week where we invite and encourage actors at all levels, as well as our citizens, to talk about preparedness with each other at school, at workplace, in their own organizations, on social media, in the household, and with their neighbors. This year, approximately 225 local municipalities out of 290 were active during the Preparedness Week and carried out hundreds of different risk awareness and preparedness activities all over the country. We have also been able to see more national authorities, including the Swedish Parliament and civil society organizations, participate during this week. The important thing is that the Preparedness Week is not a traditional campaign where advertising is the focus, but rather an activity with a special theme which various stakeholders act around and talk about. This year's theme was practice, the benefits and importance of practicing your ability and crisis preparedness before the crisis strikes. There are several different ways to choose between if we want to create citizens' participation and commitment, and researchers do not always agree on what works best. At the same time, I'm convinced that the more parallel opportunities and arenas community members have to participate, the greater their sense of empowerment and intention to engage in crisis preparedness. One way of learning about what works is simply to ask our citizens, how do you want to be involved? Still, one basic thing, if we are to succeed in engaging and including people, we must not, as so often, assume that we have to teach our citizens everything. This prevailing inside-out perspective will definitely not work. Instead, we must approach with humility and with an attitude that we want to learn and need to learn from our citizens. Each individual owns its security knowledge and experiences based on their unique conditions and needs, and we need to listen. MSB often highlights the importance of that the municipalities need to do more to involve their residents in the work with local preparedness. What we do not talk as much about is how such commitment and such participation should be built. We still have a lot to learn here, not least from the research that exists. In Sweden, research has been ongoing for a couple of years at Örebro University and under the direction of researcher Mats Eriksson about how municipalities can work with risk communication to increase residents' risk awareness and preparedness through measures that promote participation and commitment in local work. The final report is not yet published, so I'm afraid I cannot share any results with you here today, but I will be happy to share the knowledge with you ahead. MSB has also ongoing research about civil society. What opportunities and obstacles are there for such actors to collaborate with public authorities when it comes to issues around preparedness and crisis? What significance do people's trust, values, and participation in civil society have for their willingness to assist in social crisis and ultimately in war? Sweden has a strong civil society, a civil society whose inherent power and commitment we need to make better use of to create resilient local communities with the help of committed and participating residents. MSB's Director General has formed a civil society council with representatives of various organizations to discuss these possibilities and challenges. Yes, of course, to engage and involve citizens present us with several challenges too that we have to deal with in order to make people feel that the crisis preparedness is a concern for them as well. It is not that uncommon for municipalities in Sweden, for example, to be unwilling to share and inform their residents about local threats and risks that the municipalities' analyses show. They often refer to secrecy, that they don't want to scare the residents, and that they want to market themselves as a safe and secure municipality in order to get more people to move there. If things get really bad though, this failure to work with local risk communication can lead to residents accusing municipality of having hidden important risk information if a serious crisis occurs. The residents have not had the opportunity to prepare and take necessary crisis mitigation measures. An approach like this largely excludes citizens from the work on society's preparedness for crisis and challenge the trust between citizens and responsible authorities. And how can we ask our citizens to take a responsibility if we don't give them their prerequisites? Why don't invite the residents and discuss the risk analysis and what you can do together to mitigate the risk and be prepared if they happened? At the same time, a recent study made by the research project at Örebro University, as I mentioned, shows that young adults, 19 to 30 years, who have been raised since childhood with access to most of the new digital technology, show a relatively low interest in and knowledge of local risks and preparedness issues. They also have little interest in participating in a societal dialogue on the subject, as they see themselves as laymen in such a context. Many of them shift responsibility for issues of crisis preparedness to the municipality, society, and/or experts. On the other hand, despite their low interest and awareness, they express that they are paradoxically mentally ready to take on a high degree of personal responsibility for their crisis preparedness. If we succeed in building an increased participation of the citizens in the work with risk communication, then we will also build more resilient local communities as a whole, better adapted to cope with today's and tomorrow's crises. This also means that we build increased trust, not only between citizens and authorities, but also, and least as important, between people, social trust. In the research community, there is a great deal of interest in social trust because trust has been shown to have a positive relationship with a number of other desirable factors. People who have a high degree of social trust generally perceive themselves as more satisfied with life and more positive about the future. Where there is trust, there is likely to be more stable and democratic societies altogether. A lack of trust can therefore partly have consequences for the individual's well-being, but also for the social glue that makes citizens want to contribute to the common good and to the common survival. If the residents do not trust each other, they do not dare to cooperate, and if the citizens do not cooperate, the opportunities for sustainable social development are limited, as PhD Gabriella Sandstig at Gothenburg University wrote in an article about building social trust for safer neighborhoods. The worsened political security situation, consequences of climate change, and the challenges and vulnerabilities that our modern society faces urge us to do more and take our responsibility on all levels in society. We have likely left an age of relative stability and security, at least in our part of the world, and enter an era of complex threats and crises that follow each other. It means that we need a new mindset and a new approach to what it means to live in our societies in Europe and on this globe. If we do not manage to prepare our populations so they can stand resilient and empowered for whatever is to come, I'm afraid we will face a collapse on trust in national agencies and institutions, as well as trust between people. We must purposefully work on creating a culture of preparedness and a culture of resilience, which includes making individuals and communities part of our common preparedness. We cannot afford to leave our citizens behind if we want to cope with this new era. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Now we are going how citizens connect to the local with Dr. Roberto de Prato.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me at this conference. I have to say that after such a great inspirational speech by my co-panelists, it's hard to take on the societal resilience in a community. But I will try to explain what we have found in our researches. About the first point, that is, what do we mean by resilience in a way? If it is an individual resilience, we have a lot of psychologists that can tell us a little bit how to improve our personal ability to cope with adversities in general. If you are a community, and with community we don't necessarily think about a municipality, it's a group of people, we have a different kind of answer which relies on the other participant of the group. If we think about the definition of resilience, of course, I think that in this room we have so many different understanding of what resilience is that makes it difficult to make it objective in a way. And it was one of the first challenges we had in our approach to local resilience. If I want to identify measures and actions to improve resilience in a community, we should identify what is objective in a way. How can I measure that I improved on something. Because while we speak, I see on the panel your answers on the Slido, and I see that clearly there are different approaches to resilience. I need more tools, I need more information, I have to be more prepared, I have to know the risks and hazards in my community. All of this is very true. And all of these are aspects of resilience. But if I move to a group of people, there are other dimensions that are relevant if I want to be resilient. I have to look at my group not only with my ability to be prepared or responsive, but also have to look if I can thrive on. So the key part of resilience is keep working as a group. It means that it needs some economical view, if my community can stay alive even economically after a disaster, or if I can have my governance system still in place, and it is related to trust, as was mentioned, of course. Trust not only with my neighbor, but trust in my, let's say, stakeholders in a way, or managers in the company, if I'm in a company, is a group. Or if I have to check about the resilience of my environment can radically change in case of a big natural disaster. So all of these aspects of resilience have to be merged. And I have to say, how can I assess my resilience? Again, I use assess and not measure, because resilience cannot be measured. There's not a unit. It's not a resilience meter. So assessment gives more the idea of what we can perceive as a good or bad. And it has to be built possibly on objective measure, because if I take an action as a manager of my community or as a stakeholder, I have to say I invested money, resources, and time on something that created better conditions for my community. This kind of approach is partly scientific, partly psychological, and it is anyway challenging, because if I have to compare resilience in a large city or in a small village, I cannot use the same metrics. I cannot use the same KPIs. We are used to this kind of acronym, so I don't need to explain it. What we try to achieve in the Resilog project, but also as an approach, is that all of these things are connected to each other. If I identify the big dimensions, as we call them, where resilience can be understood, governance, environment, economics, disaster resilience to risk, and so on and so forth, I can create a sort of a map that can be fed with data. Data is already quite a complicated thing, so we decided to use indicators, and we know what we mean, concepts that are behind my economical resilience. These concepts, being concepts, are hard to measure, and I use proxies to measure them. As you see, it's a sort of looks like a mechanical approach, but it is not. It's how I can classify or categorize or analyze my community in terms of some specific risks. So I come back to the point. I have to know what hazards I have in my area. Good. I have to include citizens in this analysis, because it cannot be taken by single people, even if elected. And I have to assess what are the relevant points of my community. Once I have it and I collect data, I'm not done yet. There's another point which is very crucial in a community, the sense of expectations, or what I want to achieve in my community on resilience. I'll give you some examples to make it more direct to understand. We all went through the pandemics, and I remember that in those days, a month, we were obsessed with the number of beds in ICUs, because we had crisis, we need people to be saved, and so the number of beds, free beds, available beds in ICUs were crucial. So this could be taken as a proxy. If the number of beds is enough, then I am more resilient against this specific risk. Now, if I take two different communities, the absolute number of beds is different, depending on the population, depending on the age of the population, depending on, at some stage, the number of people who were vaccinated, and so on and so forth. So It means that if I want to assess how good or how bad I am against some targets, I have to define the targets, which are not the same in all communities. And again, I have to involve my whole community. We decided to have a smaller group than a million people living in a large city, defining what we named local resilient teams, group of people coming from the society, coming from volunteers, coming from first responders, all those who have a role in this kind of emergency management that could define the targets. Sometimes targets are given by the law. You have to have this number of what. But sometimes they are not. It depends on how your community is educated, how is the cohesion of our community, the level of salaries, education, again, the trust in the government, the ability to communicate, the infrastructure that you have available, the natural risks, the cascade effects on some events. All of this make part of what you want to achieve to be better. This discussion involves all the community and sets the targets. Once I have the targets, I can compare with the measurement I take. It may look like an exercise of crunching numbers, but it is not. I define targets. This is what I expect to achieve. I see how far I am or how good I am, and then I can take actions. I may try to increase the number of beds in hospitals, or I may decide to invest in new fire engine, or may invest in a new airport, or whatever I need to increase some of the infrastructures, or I invest in the education of people. I can create group of discussions. I can inform people about preparedness procedures or whatever. All of this make a change in my numbers and make a change in the overall picture of the assessment of resilience. This is a tool, clearly, as I explain it now, is a tool. But the tool behind the tool does the philosophy of giving the community the sense of where you are, where you want to go, and what's the process of going towards that direction. And the goals may change. Reality changes ourselves, changes the challenges we are called to face. The simple fact that we are here after 4 years because we are faced with some kind of challenges that were not expected. I remember that when you sign a contract, usually you have some clause that says, this contract is not valid in case of specific, special situations that they call acts of God, such as pandemics and wars. We had both, in a way, so we have to survive. We have to keep our societies working and going on instead, in spite of this. Once I've done this analysis of what the community feels about itself, our risk, our situation, what we want to go, then I can start identifying actions. And when I identify the action, they are taken because they are needed. And this also should improve, I say should and not shall, improve the ability of the member of the community to believe in what we are doing, in trusting the actions or operations of the stakeholders and decision makers. All of this opens up to a regular improvement, a cycle of improvements. You can make it for the hazards you have in your community, which are different from others. You may compare different communities compared to where they are today. You can make an assessment which is better than the scorecard system that most of you probably know about, the assessment of resilience in communities, because the scorecard system is a static one. The approach with the targets that I explained to you is a dynamic one. It can be adapted regularly. So what this kind of approach brings in is the ability of a community to know better who they are, where they should invest the limited resources that everybody has, and then to measure the efficacy of the measurement. Clearly, behind this, there is all the preparedness, the psychology, the ability to create a group of volunteers, giving them the resources needed to face some typical challenges of your community. All of this is good. I'm saying is part of the big picture. What we wanted to identify in the project, and we bring in as a message to this community, to this group of people, is that resilience is something that cannot be taken for understood by everybody because it's quite an elusive concept. And if I go to somebody and say, you have to be more resilient, he will look at me and say, what do you mean? I'm very well prepared. Good, it's not enough. If after any kind of event you lose your job, it's not a matter of being yourself resilient, it's that your industrial environment was not resilient enough. So knowing your community means to know exactly where your money comes from. If you are a community based on tourism, you will have to look about something. If you are a manufacturing area, you look to something else. If you are living or big industries located there, you have one point of failure. If you are based on small local businesses, you have another kind of approach. One could be more resilient against something, one could be more resilient against something else. This analysis is made of local level. Of course, is not limited geographically or in the number of people. It can be adapted to a larger scale, to a province, to a region, depending on your organization. So it could be adopted at a larger level, but it is based on local communities, and this is what we really believed was one of the key parts of building up a resilient society at large. So the individual part is great, and also what Christina already mentioned, most of the things that she said already are part of this larger picture I gave you about the community resilience, because of course we live in communities, so we know how it works. And again, the keywords about communication, about trust, about relying on your neighbors, about knowing the risk on your area, these are key and can't be missed. If you build this higher understanding of your society in terms of weaknesses and strength and where to invest your resources, I think you will make a better work for you, because once you know your strengths and weaknesses, you will also trust better in your overall community and in the ability to withstand and recover and thrive on, which are the three key parts of resilience. I think that most of the discussions that we'll be hearing about resilience will be about this, how to improve. And this is why, again, I stress that improvement, let's say, needs a baseline. And today, understanding the baseline of your single community is not that easy. And so you need some tools or at least some common approach. And this is what I hope our research brought in as an offer and can be used. I know that the UN are using this kind of simplified tools like scorecards all over the world because we need baselines. I think we can do a little bit more in Europe, especially because we are a different kind of community. I would say much richer in terms of peculiarity in communities. We have very different communities. We tested our approach to large cities and rural areas at the same, and it is not easy to find common languages, but it is possible to find a common framework and method to work on this concept. Okay, that's what is my contribution for the time being at this level, so I'll be happy then to take either questions or comment the answers on the slide or by the audience. So thank you for now.
So thank you very much, Roberto. Now we go with Ruth, and we will look at with other perspective and policy. And as we are seeing, it's more a participative approach, and it will be very good to learn from your experience, Ruth, concerning co-participation on policy making and your experience with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you to the organizers for having me here, and good afternoon to everyone today. A lot of things have been said. I don't know, I'm not sure if I can add anything to the discussions and the debate. Maybe I will concentrate in some ideas that we work with at the Academy. One is the difference between public policies that could be done in crisis time. We are talking about crisis, and we differentiate what we call normal times from crisis times. And Another one is about some of the words that we have used today that I think are key words in working or developing, designing and developing public policies nowadays. A third point, but I promise not to be very long, it's about what we've learned in our analysis of some public policies in different projects, and some ideas about our topic on citizens, owners, as owners of their own security and contributors to EU social resilience. The first thing that I think link our panel to the previous one, and some of our colleagues Cristina and Humberto have done that, is to talk about crisis. For us, crisis is something unexpected. So otherwise, if we are prepared for something, it's not a crisis. So crisis is something new, something that really places your organizations, whatever the organization is, a state or a local municipality or an enterprise, whatever is your organization, in a difficult situation that was not expected, and for what you were not prepared for that situation. Otherwise, we are not talking about a crisis in academic terms. So we have to have no ready-made solutions for that. We have to be in the presence of something that include multiple actors with multiple views, and there is a stress for acting as politicians or as policymakers. At the same time, there is disinformation, but also a lot of information that you have no time to contrast and to see if you can trust or not trust. So there is a rapid escalation. The stress mainly comes because you have to do something, otherwise the scenario will get worse, you know. So all of these things are part of our definitions of a crisis. So that is important because to some extent, preparedness is the opposite of a crisis. So when we have to explain the citizens, you have to be prepared for. You don't know the for. What is the event, the situation you have to be prepared for. So that is very important when we talk about resilience. Because we need to contact the citizens and to define something that is very difficult to define. Some words, the second point is about some words that I think are really important in our, or at least the results of our research talk to us about some words that have been said today. We have to be open, so that's the unexpected part of the crisis. We need to build trust, and we need to cooperate, to be used to cooperate and collaborate, as Cristina was saying. And that means a lot of things for public policies. We need to be working in normal times in order to be prepared for the crisis times. So I think this is a very important idea we need to take into account when we think on public actions and public policies. One important point for me is also the idea of security we are using. Sometimes the definition of security is previously done. So that's been a problem in some of the projects we've worked, because as our colleagues said before and this morning, one of the first points or the first steps in a public policy is to define what is the problem. So here the codifying the problem is a key issue. You need to involve citizens since the beginning in the definition, as Humberto was saying also, in the definition of what's the security problem they face. as Umberto was saying, could not be the same one in different places, in local places or in urban areas, in a country than in a village. So you need to codifine the problem that the society or the European Union or the whatever organization is coping with. So that's one of the first things when we design a public policy or when we analyze a public policy. We have to see if there is an agreement of the definition, about the definition of the problem. Sometimes there are different definitions or even opposite definition of what is happening. The reality we are perceiving is not the same, or at least we are watching or looking at different dimensions of the problem. So that seems to be and is a problem or something that we have to cope with in the beginning of a public policy and the analysis. The second part of our public policy or in our analysis is to try to find the alternatives that are feasible, but also that are accepted and considered good for everyone. So that's the second part, to try to find different alternatives to build resilience, alternatives that could be a success for everyone. So that's another part of the public policy we need to take into account, or when we analyze public policy, we have to pay attention to that. Sometimes those alternatives go beyond the initial expectations. Sometimes citizens ask for things that are not easily or achievable, or that need to, or we need to also work on institutional settings or change, in order, for example, to change the trust or increase the trust between organizations. So sometimes we have to change a bit our initial plans to listen or to try to work on alternatives feasible to be implemented. Sometimes the alternatives could be achieved in the short term, sometimes in the long term. So all that have to be taken into account when we design public policies to build resilience among the citizens. And just to point more to more points, one is about implementation. We talk a lot about implementation, how to go from this design that we have done to the reality. And sometimes we realize that the problem in our measures, our public policies, has to do with the implementation of that. Sometimes we had a really nice design in paper, but when we go to implementation, we need to move some more immaterial and material resources. In material resources, we talk about, as we said, trust. Trust is something immaterial that is very important in order to implement a public policy, and trust cannot be achieved in 1-2 months. So maybe we have to take that into account for implementing public policy. Usually, something that we'll learn in these years in different projects is that we want a top-down implementation, mainly in this area of security. And that's if you have resources, or if it's a compulsory policy, a compulsory actions, you can have that. But otherwise, you need to involve citizens from the beginning in your design and your alternatives. Otherwise, you won't be successful in implementing your policy. And a final point is evaluating. We need to evaluate if there if we achieve our goals, but also if there is a change in the reality we are trying to achieve. We usually have two measures. We talk about outputs and outcomes of our public policies. One is if we have been able to achieve the objective that we had in our design. And the other one is if we have really changed the reality we are working at or we are working with. In this sense, I think assessment instruments could be very useful because we need to know if doing all these things that usually we have spent a lot of money and used a lot of time doing them, if that means a change for the society, for the community, for the security as well. And I think for now that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we encourage you to answer the question that we have. What do you think are the best ways for you as a citizen to improve societal resilience in your community? Because we all are citizens, we all are part of the solution, and it was many different perspectives from individual to local to policy, but the things have changed in research. I remember when we start research, we start looking into the engineers to the technology, and then we test it and we give the technology to the users. But the red thread that you all have taught us is about the involvement, to be humble, to listen what you want to be. From Christina, we heard that younger, ready to take more responsibility, to build trust, that we need to approach the citizens in a humble manner to be included. Uberto talked about involve the community and the targets of the different communities. What are the important targets to prioritize might be different from the other communities, but it's really the co-creation. And then we go to Ruth, and she also talks about the participation on the creation of policies and co-definition of the problem and the implementation of the policies and the paperwork. She talked about very nice things, that immaterial things that can be very determined when we want to implement the policies, and we have big challenges now with the new SARE directive and the new NIS2 directive. We have this paper, and now we have to implement all over Europe, so we have some challenges ahead. So we discuss about what can be important for the citizens, and then I will ask my colleagues from the panel to have their one impression for the answer that we are receiving. And then, since I live in Norway, we can start with the men first. So Uberto, what is your impression of the answer that we have receiving here?
First of all, they are coming in after we've ended our speeches. So I think that we stimulated a bit the contribution, which is good. I mean, at least we raised a lot of concept that I think the audience found useful. But of course, what I can see, everybody is very aware that it's important to know about it. So talk about, be aware of what is on. So clearly the sharing of information and knowledge is one of the key things that is reported as important as a citizen, which in turn creates a request to the community managers to create opportunities to be informed. So it's a mutual, let's say, request. Citizens to be aware, it means that they have to share their experiences on the one side and to be ready to accept, to listen and to learn. It's a sort of a mutual process of informing and be ready to get the information and use it. So it's a call to all of us as citizens to be part of the process. Sometimes, and I may refer mostly on my experience coming from Italy, so from a country from the southern Mediterranean, where we are used somehow to wait for somebody outside of our community to help. It's not the same even all across Italy, but the approach could be, I suffered the problem of an event or something, please help me out, which is of course correct. Helping those who are in trouble is important, but we also should be prepared ourselves. So if something happens, I should react first and then help the other. This is what I see here. Another thing that I can read through the answers is that there's a process to be established. It's a virtual process between the level of organization of the community and the citizens, which is let's say a participative process with co-creation of possible solutions. This is very much something that is crucial if you want to grow as a community. Nobody can solve a problem in isolation, and no community can enforce a solution without a community that believes in it and is willing to take it on. In general, what we think, and I can see it's clear, that there's a chain of organization that has to be established. It must be trusted, and everybody has to play his role. So it's a call for responsibility on both sides, community managers and citizens.
Thank you. We'd like to leave some time for questions from the Slido. So Christina, one main impression from the answers that we have here?
No, but I think everything that I can read here is essential for preparedness. Preparedness is not only about one thing, but all these things together, actually. And in Sweden, we talk much about emergency supplies or home preparedness. Each citizen in Sweden need to have a home preparedness to be able to take care of themselves for a week without support from the society. But more and more recent years, we are highlighting the need of that we need to get to know our neighbors, that this social network that we hopefully have is crucial when a crisis strikes. Maybe it's not as crucial how many tins of food you have, but how we can be able to help each other.
Thank you. And Ruth, do you have one main impression?
Oh, thank you, Yvonne. I will pick up one word. It's not difficult because it's in the middle of the screen. Education could be my option. I think education is really a key part, and we work in different projects in which we've talked about this education for improving trust in different institutions, for also avoid polarization, extremist views, and education can be a way to, or a means to avoid some very important challenges we have nowadays, but also is something that help us to build communities, to build social cohesions, to build participation. So many of the values that we want to improve or we think that are really key for societal resilience could come through education. So for me, it's a very good result that is in the middle of the screen also for all the people who is here.
So I would like to go, and I will also mention the part of innovation, because innovation is needed when we met surprises, then we don't have ready responses, then we need to innovate, and how we build that within us as citizens. So I would like to see the Slido questions, and if there are questions from the audience, this is also possible. And yeah, there are some hands raised there. Is it possible to bring...
Hello? Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you for this interesting discussion. I was wondering...
sorry, can you say your name and where you come from?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm Jonas Wagner. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a behavioral expert. And I was wondering, most of the things that were on the screen were about educating people and getting into their heads, kind of. But I'm afraid it won't change their behavior. Like, we can educate people, but when Corona comes and you don't have your job as a waiter anymore, education doesn't help. How does that help? How can we... Yeah, that's my question. I didn't get that.
Okay, do we have an answer from...
I could give it a try and you can follow. No, but I think if we want citizens and people to change behavior, I mean, we managed during the COVID-19 to change people's behavior, to slow down the spread of the coronavirus. So I think we can work in different ways and with, as I mentioned before, with different tools and parallel tools and models to change people's behavior. But I think it's crucial that we involve people and ask them how they want to be part of our common preparedness work. And I mean, we need more research about risk perception. We are all individuals. We react to risk information differently. Some of us has experienced crisis, some has not, but many or most of us know has experienced the corona. And we know that risks that self-experienced crisis affect us a lot as individuals, and that we then change our behavior. At least in Sweden, we have noticed through short studies during and after the corona that people's interest for home preparedness, for example, has developed quite a lot. People are more interested to join different organizations that work with crisis and with our total defense. So I think it's not one way of changing people's behavior, but once again, several things all together.
Thank you.
Okay. Alberto from Deep Blue.
Should we wait? Should we wait, or I have a microphone?
Thank you. How you, when you have some initiative involving citizens, when you try to elicit their opinions, how can you be sure, or how can you manage to have a representative sample? Because this is extremely difficult. Sometimes you use some, let's call mediators, some organizations that are civil organization representing the citizens, but still you have a very limited representation. If you intend to have a real representative samples in your initiative, and especially to elicit the opinion, to know the real opinion of citizens, this is extremely difficult, I would say. So do you have any suggestion for that?
Well, I can take this question first, then maybe you can continue on another level. Clearly, it's a crucial question that we also had to answer when we created our own local resilient teams. Representativity is another concept which is terrible if you think about elections, how much they represent the willingness of people is not true, is not clear, sorry. What we did is, of course, we use mediators. So on the one side, there are some discussions that are very technical, so you need people who know somehow. So if you have to discuss about infrastructures, you have to discuss about availability of resources, you need people who know. And these people typically come from the technical services of the municipality, if you're talking about a municipality. So this is relatively easy. When it comes to the understanding of hazards and the history, because one of the things that we measured a lot was the memory of what happened in your community. You can be better prepared if you remember what happened. I remember that the slogan was, be prepared for the unexpected, which is a sort of a contradiction in the words. But in principle, the memory of the community is what tells you where to go. How to choose between a group of people. In our case, we created different groups. I told you that we are discussing on 6 different dimensions. On the economical dimensions, we need some group of people close to the local businesses and close to the productive environment. When we went to talk about trust in the local government, or anyway, the governance part was much more on the groups of people in general. I noticed one of the questions that were flowing through the screen that was about a interfaith, this word I remember, or anyway, the groups that belongs to some smaller communities into the community, different religions, different races. This is so hard to find a compromise between all of them. And you cannot allow the loudspeakers to take the vote. So you have to ensure equality. This is a huge challenge for all those who have to moderate these kind of groups. We did it most successfully in one medium community, in a town of 100,000 people. It was the best case that we had in our project, where we were already, there already was some smaller groups representative. But to be honest, representativity of groups is always questionable. You may choose the best representation, but then the people that are representing that group could be not those who are able to find an agreement, because in the end, co-creation means that nobody wins and all win, in a way. So that's a challenge in the challenge, but the option doesn't exist. The option is that the mayor of the city take all decisions, which is what we want to avoid. This kind of decision about local community cannot be taken by elected people, because being elected doesn't mean that you are better than others in understanding how to make your community more resilient. You need all of them. And we don't want to have any political discussion involved in it. That's why we used representative for the Red Cross, from the technical registers of professionals, from volunteering groups, from people helping people with disabilities, a representative of the students. All of them had a voice. Then we had to cross our fingers, hoping that they found an agreement in defining the many things we needed, because actually what we needed in our model is also to identify the relevance of something against other things. Everything is important, but not everything has the same relevance. Some aspects are more relevant against a flood rather than an earthquake, just to name some national disasters. So it's a great point, and I have to say that answering a call from the commissioner with that, I cannot guarantee that somebody has the perfect answer. You may have a rationale. I define this group of people because they represent this specific feature of my community, but there's no ideal answer on that. If I had it, I would be maybe either a rich man or unemployed, depending on where you see it.
Thank you. We have also a question there back. Yes.
My name is Horst Kremers from Berlin, and among other activities, I'm a member of the UNDRR stakeholder engagement mechanism. So we deal with exactly these problems. And I just want to make a few recommendations. Of course, it's a very good idea, very traditional, actually, to see the citizen as individual. Only in very few just remarks, even in the last contribution, organizations or substructures of citizens are mentioned. I recommend, please do so systematically. Our society is full of resilience pillars in professions all around the city, maybe your dentist, maybe your psychotherapist and engineers and whosoever. These are professions that our society relies on. There are lots of them. I don't want to read the catalog here. We have it. And the question is, yes, these are representatives. They work in the name of the citizen. And they're sometimes in the health organizations, they would say care organizations. In the technical domain, they are different. But resilience is also with a local food support, with a local nourishment, with transport systems and whatsoever. So please, if you talk on resilience, take all these organizations that do the job professionally, in addition to individual citizens. And please, second recommendation, take all phases of the disaster. Have no one mentioned those that suffered, that still suffer from substantial disasters, not only 1 year, not only 2 years, but for the rest of their life from such a disaster. Has anyone asked these people what they think about resilience? Why not? If you read the documentation of larger disasters like Hurricane Katrina, like Haiti earthquake, in Germany we are expecting a very large documentation of the flood disaster 21 that should appear with about 15,000 pages documents before Christmas, they say. So this kind of documentation and learning from this documentation also please screen for engagement of society at large, not only single citizen.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and this is very much with the other philosophies of leave no one behind and considering all the crises and the organization. Thank you for the input. Let's go for one of the top, sorry.
Yes, one thing about this, and I think it's linked with the answer to the previous question. Umberto talked about mediators. Sometimes we can consider then this kind of organization as mediators of individuals' ideas, and sometimes they are specialized in some fields that are important to our project. In social science, we talk about the statistical representative population. If we want to do a survey, we need that. But otherwise, we also talk about purposive samples or other ideas that could fit in this idea. We can find these mediators that could be someone who has a special knowledge or someone who is recognized by a community or local place. So this is also a way to involve associations or citizens, not directly, but in communitarian way. And also, I think there is a proliferation of transnational organizations thanks to the European Union and this and many funding on that. So that's another way to involve, I think, the individuals and the social civility as intermediate or collective aspect in our projects. And just another word about the behavior, changing the behaviors. I think education really gives us another way to cope with crisis or unexpected event. We know examples of people living the same situation that react differently, and that is part of education too. I'm not saying that we do not have to invest resources in helping those who are in a crisis or something like that. Crisis usually for governments means a lot of money to invest in citizens, in recovery. So I think both things could go hand in hand and need to go hand in hand in this kind of situations. We are I think we are not saying that resilience means that the citizens will be in charge of their own security and build their security, but that we need to work hand in hand in order to be more effective and help better the citizens and the societies.
So time is running. I propose we go to the top question from Slido. How can citizens test how prepared they are actually are beyond training and leaflets and before a crisis really strikes? So who will volunteer from our panelists?
How citizens can test. Now, I think the test will be when the crisis strikes. Meantime, during normal conditions, we can, as this person suggests, that we can train and exercise. We can use scenarios and try to think, how will this special scenario affect my household? And how would I cope if this scenario was really to occur? That is what we can do, I think, while waiting for the next crisis.
Next one. Christina, you have a new question. Is what have you told citizens in order to improve resilience? Did you measure whether this initiative was successful with citizens?
Well, our main messages, as I think I mentioned before, is that each household in Sweden need to prepare and take their responsibilities so they can handle their everyday life when it comes to basic needs as food and water for 7 days, for a week, without support from society. So that is one message that we talk about all the time. But also the importance of helping each other, get to know your neighbor, and so on, as I mentioned before, and the importance of engage yourself in organizations or in voluntary organizations or whatever suits you. And of course, we measure our risk communication activities. We do a lot of, we have studies each year where we measure how, if there are any changes among the citizens when it comes to how they look upon their own responsibility, if they had done any measures to increase their home preparedness, if they understand their responsibility and their messages that we are sending them. So we have focus group. We had a focus group this autumn, or last autumn, sorry, where we could interview citizens about how they look upon their own responsibility and their own part in the Swedish preparedness system and so on. So yes.
So you have been very active, and I got message we can have one more question. I will take the last one. Which do you think the role of municipalities should be in society resilience?
Okay, I take this one. Well, there is a simple thing. Municipalities have the money, so they should take decisions where to invest. Therefore, they have a duty, which is to improve the living conditions and the safety of their community. And for this reason, I think it is very relevant to take decisions about how to increase resilience. And this is where I come to my original point, how to assess where you are, where your weak points or strong points are, how to invest the resources. And again, this can be counterintuitive. Sometimes you may decide to take some actions which are not immediately understandable if you don't look at the larger picture. And in a way, this goes in together with the first question that I see here, which is quite provocative about what about if they focus on citizen responsibility is a symptom of lack of finance by the local, those who have money, to provide enough civil preparedness. I think this goes in I have to do something. I have to decide where to put the money that I have with or not infinite. And I have to invest, as sometimes investments are not necessarily on costly things. The ability to communicate, educate, and make tests costs much less than building a new dam or whatever to protect a city if you look about something. In the global picture, you may increase resilience with some measures that are not necessarily those that the people can see. I have some examples taken from, okay, these are anecdotal. I remember after Fukushima, you remember the disaster, you remember the tsunami, something that was expected, but not as big as it was. Most of the cities in that part of Japan were ready with some walls to protect their communities by the waves, the tsunami waves. Well, everybody created a wall as tall as 10 meters. Including the Fukushima reactor power plant. I'm a nuclear engineer, so I suffer for this even personally from this point of view. The wave, by design was 10 meters high. There was one mayor or one city that for some reasons decided to build the wall 12 meters high. He endured hard times in their community because they used much more money than others, of course, to build that higher wall. And that city was the only one who was unaffected by the waves because the wall was more than 10 meters. There was exactly 11 meters was the tidal wave, the tsunami wave. So actually he took a decision that was not understandable, and actually after the elections, he lost the election, he was treated as a fool. And then after the tsunami in Fukushima, of course, he became the hero. This kind of decisions are tough to take, but you have limited resources. You have to take decisions for your community based on what you know, what you feel. I can tell you a lot of stories because for my job, I talk to mayors of cities and I know what they endure in this situation. They take decisions that affect the safety, the lives of people sometimes. So their role is to understand the needs, yes, but then to take decisions about objective needs. And this is why I think that a tool is key to help them in this process and to make all decisions objective. They can be tracked back why you took such a decision and not because you wanted to award the contract to somebody or somebody else. That's one key point. And this is not because they don't want to invest in safety, because the safety of their community is their own safety, so it is not about the willingness. It's about the ability to identify where to put the focus of the resources they have available. So that's what I can answer to this couple of questions.
Just to not leave any of the questions unanswered, I think the one that is still in need of response is the second one. Can you comment on the distinction between engaging citizens, communities, and CSO, civil society organization, from an academic perspective and without any book or article to check citizens? We are talking about individuals, and we are talking about the micro level. And when we talk about communities and civil society organization, we are working at the meso level. The difference for me now between communities and civil society organizations, it's maybe could be placed in the idea of organized. Civil society organizations have to be organized, some kind of legal or other kind of design, and they can be representative of a group, not all the citizens in a place, for example. That could be a doctor's organization, as the example was said before, or prosecutors' organizations, or a neighborhood associations, whatever. And when we talk about communities, we are talking about a different idea. We are talking about people living in a place, or that could be identified by the place they live at, or by their ethnic characteristics or racial characteristics or other type of variables or factors that are interested to take into account for the research. That could be my first answer to that. Thank you.
So I think I would like to propose an applause for everyone, because first the panelists, they share their experiences and you have contributed with questions and sharing your knowledge. So thank you very much for contributing to the session, and looking forward to learn more from everyone. So now I will leave the floor to our master of the session, the day.
Staying with us till here, so it's quite a good success. The questions were very interesting, and I would like to highlight something which has clicked me a lot. It's how important is the collaboration between citizens and authorities. Municipalities or local authorities were mentioned many times. I think that's something we need to work on and to reinforce. Thank you very much.
And now I would like to welcome on the stage Mr. Nicolas Bessot, who is the head of the Unit for Security Research and Innovation of DG Migration and Home Affairs, who will sum up the day. So, Nicolas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, I will actually not sum up the day. I will leave that for tomorrow, where we will sum up the discussions of the 2 days. I think I will just make a few remarks. This is the moment to pause. We are midway through this event now, and I'm just closing the first day, but discussions will continue tomorrow. I first would like to thank all speakers for their very good discussions, the panelists as well as yourself in the rooms for your active engagement. What I take from this first day is that there appears to be an emerging consensus that megatrends are, such as social transformation, digitalisation and climate change, are indeed shifting the ground for security in the EU. And these megatrends, they mutually reinforce each other. They have cascading effects. They bring stronger impacts. They make preparedness and response more complex. I also heard that research and innovation are essential components of the EU's response. Not only could we hear it from the panel during the discussions, we could also observe it directly downstairs thanks to the very interesting demonstrations, the projects, the explanations that we received at the booth. As I said, it's a bit too early to conclude, but what I can already see from the rich discussions we had is that there seemed to be a case, the importance was stressed of a self-standing civil security research program at EU level. This is important to identify gaps, to identify research needs, and then to be better prepared for and more resilient to face security threats. Now, as underlined by my commissioner, Ylva Johansson, this morning, the event today is, as much as discussing substance, is also about engaging the community, and the community is you, the European Security Research Community, in one place today during this SRE, something we have not been able to do in the last few years. So I would really invite you to take advantage of this and visit again the exhibition area after this closing, in case you have not done so yet. And if you have, then I'm sure you have more to discover in the other booths you have not seen. You will be welcome at the booth until 7 p.m. And there are also a number of demos which you should certainly not miss. At the booth, in case you have not seen them, I will highlight a few. There are 40 EU security research projects presenting their results. You can also engage with EU-level end users that are also represented through the EU Innovation Hub for Internal Security, in which the different EU agencies are working together. You can see colleagues from Europol, EU-LISA, Frontex, CEPOL, but also EU Space Agency that are waiting for you in the exhibition area to provide more explanations on their work. Next to the agencies booth, you will also see the booth for the Community for European Research and Innovation for Security series many of you are already quite aware of the CERES community and members of it. Please visit that booth, and together with the other booths, you will see the national booths of Sweden and Spain, the co-organizer of the event. So these are only a few among the many booths that are displayed in the exhibition area, and there is for you plenty to explore. I would like to underline that bringing more than 800 people today in one place has obviously one main purpose, and that is of networking. The Security Research event is the annual meeting where we want to facilitate the exchanges between policymakers, researchers, security practitioners, industry, civil society, citizens, and there are two very important enablers for facilitating these exchanges. And the first one is having two excellent masters of ceremony. So I would like to thank Maite Boyero Egido and Stefanos Vorhidis for their excellent moderation today. And I would like to that you join me in applauding them for their work. The second very important enabler for good exchanges is food and drink. And this will be available very soon, as from 6 p.m. downstairs in the exhibition area. So I invite you now to go downstairs, enjoy the exhibition for an hour, and then enjoy food and drink and network all together. Thank you again. See you tomorrow.